All right. Yo. Welcome in. Take notes, grab a pen. Welcome back to the Honorable Marvin Coop Show. And
The Raider Ragu Show. Welcome in. Take notes, grab a pen, like my man said. Please don't
yeah,
forget to sponsor SheBangBoutique.com, SHWE Bang Boutique.com. Let's get a
boom.
like, share, comment, subscribe on the YouTube channel. We love y'all.
Yes, sir. Word is bond. Indeed. Fellas, each representation from the AFC is here. So I feel like we some bosses representing the AFCs, y'all. So how you feeling? How everybody feeling, man?
It's a
I
lovely
just
time, bro. It's a lovely
Lovely.
time. You know what I'm saying? The
Yes, sir.
season's about to get started. Everybody's 0-0. Nobody's like down on their team. Um,
Yes.
you
Yes.
know what I'm saying? Everybody's optimistic, and football's about to get started. Man, grown man tackle football.
Yes, sir.
I'm not
Adrian,
gonna
welcome back, man. I'm sorry, Jay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
go ahead.
My fault, brother. Adrian, welcome back, brother.
Thank you. It's good to be back on the show with you legends. I really enjoyed it last season, and let's get started. Let's go. I'm pumped up for a new NFL season. Let's
Yes,
get
sir.
it.
Yeah.
Good to have you back, brother. Jay Will, talk to me, man. How you feeling?
Well, I heard Radu say, everybody should be happy, but I was happy until I turned on that preseason game and I saw that Anthony Richardson was that quarterback and I saw those first couple drives. I ain't gonna lie, my hatred like just renewed itself. Like I forgot how much he annoys me at times. I'm not gonna lie to you. I can't lie
Damn.
to you. But don't even look at my Facebook page. Like I need that brother gone. I gave
Hey,
up on him.
Man.
Ragu, you want to know the messed up part? I was gonna start
What?
the show off with the AFC South.
Oh
Jay
yeah, you
Will,
messed up.
I was gonna start the show with him.
You messed up, man.
I'm sorry.
he
It's in the notes,
probably
bro.
he probably wouldn't mind that. Get this shit over with.
Do you have a like a Tyrell Jackson rant for us, or
Nah, it's not that bad because I know. I think Anthony Jones, Daniel Jones is on his way towards being the starter week one. If not,
yeah,
I think Anthony Richardson is actually our QB3 now. It's crazy when you
really,
say that. Yeah,
Oh, really?
so I think
really?
Riley Leonard was the start. I like Riley Leonard as a decent backup. He's been with the program for a few years. My
Mm-hmm.
backup senior is just one of those things where you don't have to go out and show everybody why you should be
Yeah,
the starter. Just do enough. You know,
yeah,
you're just
true
a
that.
placement holder for me. So it's decent. But honestly, I got my hopes up last year. Saw how that went. I was listening to y'all on JC's show earlier, and we made a point that it's like the Colts either start off really, really good and then tumble, or they tumble to start off the year and then continue to rise. And mentally,
That's
that's kind of where I'm at right now.
Gotcha.
that's truly been the pattern of the Colts. Even I would say before they change coaches, it's like the coaching don't matter. It's that's what the Colts do. They either start off messed up and then have a late uh, push to
Finish.
where they almost make the offs, or they start off like gangbusters and then die off and almost make the offs. It's either one of the two. It's never
That's true.
It's
yeah.
never done.
Like last year, if we being
Yes.
honest, at the halfway mark, we was like, shit, Colts, man, Colts looking tough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then so so yeah, man. Yeah, I
Hold
feel
on.
you.
Let's tell the truth, Ragu. Somebody on this panel opened their damn mouth, pause, and started talking crazy. And that's when it crumbled like they crumble like cookies up in
You
there.
can't even say nothing. Yeah, you can't say nothing, man. Um, and I had
So
said I don't believe in them. I said it too.
you
I'm
did.
so glad I said
Yeah,
it.
you did. You
You
did say
did.
that. Like,
You
you did say
said
that.
that. That is on tape. And so Jay, well, okay,
However,
okay, talk to
however,
us.
we would have been a playoff team if Daniel Jones was healthy for the rest of the season. Just remember that. We were but because we had 45,000-year-old Philip Rivers at quarterback playing these good teams. So just remember that. Just remember that.
Yeah, it's just like that's like snake bitten. When you get
Yes.
Daniel Jones, you get him playing well.
Yes.
Yeah.
and then he blows his Achilles or whatever. It's he
So
don't just get hurt to where he's gonna miss a few games. He's done for the year. Like,
and don't get me wrong, because like that second half of the schedule was tough. I didn't expect MVP Daniel Jones on that side of the schedule. Didn't even expect MVP JT because honestly, personally, think that season was a tad bit overrated when it comes to talking about Jonathan Taylor because he didn't perform well against the better defenses in the NFL.
Yeah.
But once again, all we needed was like one more game to make it to the playoff, and we just could not get that win without a quarterback.
yeah, that's how tough it is to win in the league, bro. Especially after everything is established in that second half of the year,
Yeah.
it gets tough.
So talk to us, Jay Will. What's up? What's your prediction looking like for the Colts? Like what y'all doing?
Honestly, I think this is going to be like an 8 and 9 type year. I just don't know what I expect out of Daniel Jones this year. The wide receiver core has a lot to prove to me. I feel like without Michael Pittman, even though he wasn't just a spectacular wide receiver one, I'm
Yeah.
not quite sure that Alex Pierce is going to take that next step. Um, but like I said, I think we will shine at some points of the season. I think defensively we lost a couple of pieces, but once again, I think 8 and 9 is kind of almost perfect for us. I'm not putting all my cards on the table for Daniel Jones right now. I think Sauce Gardner will prove to people why he is still a top corner in the league. Though.
And I'll jump in. So
Oh,
I believe in Sauce, right? He has the most PBUs since entering the league. That is a fact.
yes.
And he didn't have as great a season last year after he got traded, after moving to a different city and all that. And sometimes that happens. But the other side corner is pretty good too. So these guys are always going to be in games.
Yeah.
Really, they never got blown out in any of those games that we're talking about that they lost, even after their quarterback
Got hurt.
they lost their QB. So I still can't give them no more than 9 wins though, because it's the Colts, bro. Shit, I don't know what happens to them, but something is something's gonna happen, and they only gonna win 9 games, bro. That I can't give them more than that. Pause. That feels like it needs to be paused. Until they at least come with an 11-win season one of these years or whatever. And JT is not getting any younger, bro. Right?
No, it's not.
Yeah.
He
Right.
griped about the money after Bijan got paid, and they brought him in and kind of gave him a pacifier. They gave him a raise. They didn't give him a new contract, but they gave him some more money for this year. But that type of shit is only gonna get worse from here on, right? He's gonna want more money, and they gonna want to give less money, and that shit's gonna get bad. So it is definitely time, right? Just like it is for another guy in this division, it is time to shit or get off the pot for the Colts as a team. The other situation is more of a shit or get off the pot for a guy. But the team, the Colts, before they waste Jonathan Taylor's prime, man, if they're going to really make a serious run, this has to be it. But as for the prediction show, I can't give them no more than 9 and 8, bro.
I think that's reasonable.
Mr. Adrian, talk to me. What you got?
Jay Will, you're not going to like what I'm going to say about the Colts. I just don't trust in Daniel Jones. I know he started the season well last season. He was playing really good football. He destroyed the Dolphins in week 1. We made him look like prime Tom Brady. But I don't know if he's going to be the same player with coming on a torn Achilles.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know if he's that's a pretty serious injury. I don't know if he's going to be the same player. Like, he's a bit of a mobile quarterback. He can scramble a bit. But they lost Michael Pittman. He was a good possession wide receiver for him. He went to the Steelers. That was a bit of a loss. But you still got good passing options in Tyler Warren, good tight end. He had a good rookie season, in my opinion. And you paid. You still got Alex Pierce. You gave him a big contract, didn't you, Alex Pierce?
Yes, we did.
He got paid. Yep.
You got paid, and you,
He got
like
about
you said,
$20 million, 21 million or something like that.
Did he?
and you
Oh
still
wow.
got
Yeah.
a elite running back in
Yeah.
Jonathan Taylor. So, but
Oh,
my
wow.
big question is Daniel Jones. Can he stay healthy for a full NFL season? He's been in the league for 7 seasons now, and he's only played one. He's only been able to stay healthy for one full season. So, if he can stay healthy, I agree with you guys. I think the Colts can muster up 9 or 8 wins, but I don't see him staying healthy for a full season. My prediction is the Colts 5-12. Unfortunately,
Oh.
I don't know
is
about
that
what
is that a hot take?
It's
with an AFC South schedule. I don't know.
no, I respect it, AJ. It's a
I
solid
respect
take.
that.
Yeah.
That's a.
It's
Oh
solid.
god.
It ain't like you just snatched it out the air from somewhere. You explained.
Oh man. My man
What you
Sauce
say, Mr.
Gardner.
Honorable Marvin Cool?
My man Sauce Gardner. He's already proven he's an elite corner, right? Ragu read them beautiful stats he have.
Absolutely.
Now it's time to lead this defense that actually can really scare a few teams. So locking down receivers isn't going to be just enough for this guy. He has to prove that he can lead the defense like he's been saying he can do. He has to like really take charge. As far as like you said, Ragu, the team, we talked. You and I talked about the quarterback, Alex Pierce being hurt. Jonathan Taylor can't be the workhorse, man.
Yeah.
But I feel like this can be one of these teams where your other players can shine and the playbook can open up. You know how I always feel about that, Ragu. So this gonna be the first hot take. I'm gonna say 10-7 for the Colts.
Ooh,
Okay.
I say the Colts can win 10 games. Um, I believe in Josh Downs. Y'all know I know him personally. I
Yeah.
really feel like this kid can.
So that's
He like
Caleb. That's Caleb's brother.
yeah, that's
Yeah, they're
Caleb's older brother.
brothers.
Yep,
Twin
All
That's
right.
brothers.
Caleb Downs' older brother. So I feel like if he really stays healthy as well, not just Alec Pierce, he has to stay healthy. We've seen what Tyler Warren can do. They have some offensive weapons. They just need a quarterback. And
yeah,
if Daniel Jones is somehow healthy, if Riley Leonard can really be that quarterback like he was at Notre Dame, you have the weapons for him. We don't need him to go out there and be some hero. We just need him to go out there, use the playmakers that he has, and don't play hero football. That's all we really need you to do. Even Anthony Richardson. We don't need these guys to be out here trying to look elite or anything. You have, I want to say, 5 great playmakers on that offense that you can use. So we don't need you going out here doing this. We don't need you going out here doing that. Be on offense, do what you can, score points and try to win the game. And like I said, Sauce, you got to step it up on defense, my brother. You have to be that solid leader that I know you can be. So you're a top corner for a reason. So I'm gonna say 10-7 if this team can really gel together and get it cracking. So
I think that's like our ceiling in my
you say who?
opinion. I think that's our ceiling in my opinion is 27. So I'm not mad at that.
The ceiling? I feel you, bro. I feel you. Um. All right, let's go to the controversy that was on all around. I don't know if you guys have seen it. The Houston Texans. What the Houston Texans gonna do? Who's gonna start that off?
I'll jump in. So I think I
Yes, sir.
said 10-7
10 to
on
7.
all grind, and
Yeah.
I'm sticking with that. However, this is the guy I was talking about.
Talk to us.
The quarterback for this team. Uh, uh, I, we looked up his real name. I forgot now.
Bernard,
Bernard.
brother.
Where you get CJ from Menard? I don't know.
I
It's
said the
something
same thing,
long.
Jay
It's a
Will.
long name, bro.
I
Pause.
said this. Yeah, I said the same thing, Jay Will. I don't know where the hell.
Oh,
CJ.
it's like Coolridge something.
It's
That's
something
even worse.
crazy, bro. But anyway, young CJ, bro, the performance that he turned in the playoffs,
Man,
even when they won, they beat the Steelers, but it wasn't because of him.
why you got to bring that shit up?
It was my bad, Coop. I know it's
I'm messing
painful.
with I know.
It's painful. I understand, but it wasn't. It was the defense that won that
bro.
game, and they got a couple of plays when they needed it. But in the
Mhm.
game, in the cold weather, he just looked awful.
Yeah.
He looked like he didn't want to be there. These guys, they need to go 13-4, 14-3. Reason why? They need the quarterback looks like he needs more than any other competing. So let me say it like this: any of the contending AFC teams, he's the quarterback that looks most like he needs to play at home to be able to
Yeah.
win in the wintertime, in the weather.
Yeah.
And if in that division, they're not going to go 13-4. Period. It hasn't happened, and it's not going to. I don't think. I think a few years back, Jacksonville when didn't they go 12-4 like the year before they start playing 17 games or something like that?
Yes. Yes, they
I
sure
mean,
did.
you had Blake Bortles. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
But
they did.
I don't see them winning those games that they need to win to be home field. But this is the guy I was talking about. CJ's got a shit to get off the pot this year, or people are going to start talking about him, and he might get his coach fired.
Ooh.
So, with all of that, man, 10-7, they probably will win the division. They're going to go to the playoffs. They'll host a playoff game that they'll probably win, and then they'll go play in the weather. And so 10-7, kind of like the same old for these guys. Shout out to my boy Kamari Ramsey, the local product here. Got an interception last night.
Let me chime in on that. I didn't get a chance to speak on CJ because everybody was talking at once on the show. So I'm gonna say this. I feel like this about CJ Stroud. The league won't let Stroud be the underdog anymore. Every defense is gonna prepare for him now. The surprise season is over. So now they know your name.
100.
They have the film on you now. Now it's time to overcome all of that, my brother. I feel like the Texans will start the season on the right foot. The defense that is going to definitely terrorize a few offense, including that
no
Bozo
question.
MVP, Josh Allen.
Defense is loaded, right? Cool.
Very,
Defense.
very, very, brother. But I feel like Houston definitely is going to get tripped up by a pair of early division matchups. But the retooled offensive line, it comes together. Hopefully, it can help CJ in some type of way progress. So here's the thing. I feel like this team has what it takes to win the Super Bowl. So I'm saying this. They will win the division. I'm going to say Texans 12-4. Like Ragu said, they have to win, get home field advantage just to stay safe in the playoffs.
12-4 or 12-5.
12-5. I'm excuse me. My fault, Joe. My fault. Thank you. Thank you for that.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I agree. I think I also have them sitting at 12-5, win the division. I don't think the Jaguars are going to do much. We'll talk about the Jaguars. The Jaguars,
Yes,
kind of like what you said. I mean, I feel like this is like year what? Got to be like 4 or 5 for Mr. Coleridge, Bernard Shroud for fifth. So I feel like to me right now it's like, okay, you need to prove to people that one, you didn't just peak early, and two, that you're really that guy, because this is kind of like the bad side of peaking pretty early is because now people expect this year after year after year.
bro.
And since that season, we haven't really seen that out of him. I think that the Texas defense is loaded. I think they have the pieces to make a run. But it really all depends on how good will CJ Stroud be this year. They can be as good as like you said, a Super Bowl contending team to an early first round exit, in my opinion. Even a wild card is one of those down years for CJ Stroud. So, but right now, I have confidence in this Texas team all around. So I'm going to go 12-5. I think they can get that even if CJ Stroud isn't just this elite quarterback.
Yeah.
That's how much I like this roster.
I feel you, brother.
My take on the Texans, I agree with Raider Ragu completely, and I agree with you guys as well. They got elite defense. They probably got a Super Bowl winning defense. I just don't think CJ Stroud is. I think he's letting them down a lot. If he can get back to his rookie season form, I think they can make a run deep into the playoffs. But like you said, Marvin,
Yep.
teams have got study on him. They got film on him, and they know his weaknesses. So, yeah, it's
It's crazy.
it's crazy, and he's if look the Texans, I think will win the division, and them to make a playoff push. He just needs to protect the ball better. He can rely on his defense. He's got a good running back. They got Montgomery from the Lions, I believe.
Yeah, they
Oh yeah,
did.
they did.
And they got a good wide receiver, Nico Collins. So he's got tools on
And they
offense,
got the Bible
CJ
Playboy.
Stroud, and he
They got
just
the
needs to
Bible
protect the ball
Playboy
better.
that
And he
drafted.
doesn't have to. He doesn't have to put on major numbers for the Texans to win. Like, they can probably win with just 17, 20 points a game. That's how good their defense is. So, but he's going to have to. But the Texans to make a good run in the playoffs, he's going to have to lift his game up. Definitely, CJ Stroud. But I got the Texans winning the AFC South at. I agree with Raider Ragu. 10-7 is about right.
Okay.
I think the worst thing the Texans have done in the past 2 seasons is getting rid of Larry Thompson. Also, because I forgot to mention that offensive line has not been the greatest in recent memory. So
Yeah,
we'll
like I
have to
said,
see how that fits in as well.
we gonna have to see what the new line. They got some new guys over there too, and I know they worked out a few people as well. So we have to see what that line can do for CJ. Like I was saying, I can't really completely blame him because it seemed like that line was kind of paper thin, especially early on in the year. So I definitely feel like the line was a major issue, but I kind of really felt like they kind of progressed later in the year. So we got to see what goes on. So I'm not gonna spend too much time on them. Um, the Jaguars. I knew you was gonna laugh, right? I knew you was gonna laugh. All right, let's go to the Jaguars. Duval County. I'm gonna start this one off.
All right.
This is a difficult opening schedule for the Jaguars. It looks ugly. They could possibly go 0-5, in my opinion. But Jacksonville, with like I said, they don't. I like Cohen, but I feel like they are really decreasing as a team. But they managed to like salvage the poor start with like the big win. They could get a big win with the Texans. I don't think the Texans really won against the Jaguars in some years, but this is going to be a London game, so I think it counts as a home game for the Texans. But however, I don't trust Trevor. I don't trust Trevor at all. I just
Sorry,
can't
I'm
see
having
this
trouble
kid
connecting to the internet.
emerging.
It looks like an issue with the router and Echo
Alexa.
device, so try restarting them. Unplug
I
both
thought
of
she was.
them
I thought she
and
was gonna
plug the
give her
router
prediction.
back in.
I
Please stay
thought she
tuned.
was gonna,
Keep the
I
router
thought she was gonna say
connected
shut up or
to the
something. Give her
internet
prediction.
and the Echo device.
Look, see, did nobody ask if it's nothing, bro. Just start talking.
Hey, shout out to Siri, whatever.
She wanted to be on the show.
I know, right? But however, like I said, man, it's a new look for everybody in the division, man. Even the Colts, the Titans, and the Texans is going to be the same. They just got way better on defense. So I don't really see the Jaguars doing anything in this division. I think teams are going to catch up to them. They had a good look last year, but they won't be no surprise anymore. So I'm going to say they missed the playoffs. They probably decrease again. I'm going to say the Jaguars 7-9. Oh, excuse
10.
me, 7-10. Thank you, my brother. Appreciate that. 7. Thanks, Adrian.
I agree with you. That's my prediction.
7-10.
Yeah, spot on.
7-10. All right.
So with Jacksonville is I damn near agree 100% with what my brother Coop said. Cohen is a solid coach. Don't get me wrong,
You're
but
right.
it's going to be a bit of a honeymoon is over type of year for him, right?
Yes.
Last
Yeah.
year, a lot of things went right. They traded for Jacoby.
Mhm.
I had to mention that.
Of course, of course, my
uh,
brother.
and then kind of caught lightning in the bottle. Some guys didn't play as well, but they still put together a decent ending to the year and made the playoffs, right?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
So the Raiders played them though, and the Raiders weren't a good team last year, and they did not look all that great to me, bro. So that led me to say, okay, Jacksonville ain't that much better than this Raider team, but they won way more games.
Man.
So a little bit of overachieving was there a bit, I think. And this year, I think they come back down to earth a little bit. Honeymoon over for the second year coach. Everything ain't gonna go right. Travis is gonna have to pick a side. I'm sorry.
Yes.
And I'm one win off of you, Coop. I'm
Yes.
saying 8-9, bro. I'm saying eight
Okay.
and nine, no better than that.
Gotcha.
So
Gotcha. Gotcha. Floor is yours, Jay Will.
I do agree with y'all that the Jaguars are a tricky team because once again they're one of those teams who they could really have a good year and I wouldn't be surprised, and they could also have a really bad year and I still wouldn't be all that surprised. But however, I think that this Jaguars team is good enough. Because when you talk about the schedule, I agree with that schedule. And those first four games, all on the road too. I think it's the Cowboys. Let me look at that. On my computer, so like
No, you
right
good.
now.
You good.
But that's a tough schedule to start off with. So I mean,
It is. It
I,
is.
I do think Travis Hunter, brother, you gotta go on defense like that. Like I think you're. Don't get me wrong. I don't think you're a trash wide receiver, but the way I look at Travis Hunter is when he starts to get gas, it's so visibly upsetting to me that they decided just to take him out the game. Like I want to see you out there on every single possession. That's what I want. I don't want to see you taking the reps off and things of that nature. Like I understand
Yeah.
you play both sides, but I'm just trying to see you on one side of the field. I think you can be an elite corner in this league if you try to choose to
Yeah.
do so. Jaguars have a lot of young talent, but with that young talent also comes mistakes and things of that nature. But I think I'm going to be a little bit more reasonable than y'all. I like 10-7 for the Jaguars personally.
It's not a bad take. Um, Also, before we go to the other team, Brian Thomas, I need you to wake up, brother. I need you to wake up, my brother. I need you to wake up. Let's go to the new head coach, Mr. Robert Salas, Tennessee Titans, y'all.
Oh wait,
Hit who?
did you get your prediction in? I forgot your name.
Agent. Oh, damn, that's
Can we
disrespectful.
take it? Yeah.
he did. He did.
Yeah, he
Okay,
did. He did.
good shit.
Do you want me to go with Titans?
Oh no, I was about to go until somebody
Oh,
interrupted me.
yeah, you go.
I'm just playing.
Sorry,
All
sorry,
right, no, you
sorry,
good,
mate.
brother. No, no, that's not you. It was that
He
guy
can
down
lead
there.
us into the Titans if
Yeah,
you want.
go ahead, Adrian. Yeah, go ahead, Adrian. Yeah, that's dope.
Well, my quick take on the Tennessee Titans, they're obviously, rebuilding for the future.
Yeah,
Um, the Titans fans are going to have to be patient. I think they've brought in a good coach in Robert Saleh. I know he didn't have his time at the Jets didn't end well, but one thing about Salah is, he's a good minded coach. So his defense has always played hard, physical. So I think the Titans will be good on defense this year under Salah. I just think that their offense still needs is still a bit of work in progress. Cam Ward showed glimpses last season in a few games, but he needs more weapons around him. I know they got Tony Pollard at running back, but he needs a bit more star power at wide receiver. It's still a very young team, especially on offense.
hmm
I think they're going to lose a lot of close games, one-score games this season. They're going to be very competitive, but it's still going to be a tough season for the Titans. I got them at 3-14.
love to hear that. I love to hear that.
Of course you would.
I love to hear. Here's,
Of
here's
So,
my
course.
thing. Go ahead.
so go ahead. Want
No,
me to
you can
go?
go
All
ahead.
right.
Yeah.
Just about everything Adrian said, man. So from the close games to the playing tough on defense to the youth of the team overall, uh, all of that is a factor. Everything he said, and I like to add the change. Right, you got all these young people around, and then here they go changing the coach. They changed in the middle of the year last year.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's never good when the coach get fired in the middle of the season.
Right.
So they had to ride with that interim program. Now here comes Robert Saleh with a whole nother program. Still have Jeffrey Simmons on defense, one of the best players in the National Football League. So yeah, it's going to be gritty, grimy, ugly games. I think that they will just barely lose a lot of. I think so. Me and Marv had talked about halfway through the year last year, and I ain't gonna lie, we were not high on Cam Ward, but he started to kind of after the bye week, and I ain't gonna lie, I've been watching a quarterback show too on Netflix.
Yes,
Cool,
sir.
I have to
Yeah.
say. So I kind of got a little bit of the insight to the background of what was going on at the time with him and all that.
Yeah.
So I'm willing to give the kid a chance, and he did start to show some signs of why he was the number one pick last year
Mm-hmm.
at the end. Now, with all that said, I'm not going to be quite as harsh as my brother Adrian, but 5-12, which is an improvement. All right, they won 3 games. They won 3. They're gonna almost win 7, but they're only gonna win 5. 5-12 for the Tennessee Titans.
Jwilliii, did you go?
No, not yet. Just listening to my peers, but Colts gonna suck. It's good to know that the Titans suck with us. It's really, really good. But here's the thing about the Titans. This is one of those years where nobody has any real expectation for them. It's one of those where, hey, we just trying to see can our young guys on the team can they ball out. I disagreed on who they should draft. I really thought they should have went O-line because that offensive line was atrocious. I want to say last year they led the league in penalties mainly because of that offensive line. Because it felt like every single snap there was a hold, there was a false start, there was something. I feel like they have not upgraded from that position. I have a lot of questions when it comes to that secondary because that secondary was also at times atrocious. But once again, this is one of those 2 years. This is where you see, okay, can Cam Ward continue to get better? Can Cardinal Tate kind of come into that receiver they really, really want him to be?
Mm-hmm.
But I really do not expect anything out of the win and loss column. So I'm going around 4 and 13 for the Titans this year. And I think one of those wins will be one of those like sneaky wins. Like they'll get a win against a team they probably had no business beating, and then Radu will come on the show next week and be like, "Oh, they messed up my parlay type deal." I think it's gonna be one of those type things.
Yeah, probably so.
Robert Saleh. I'm a high believer in Robert Saleh. His first year with the Titans, I feel like he's going to revamp and turn things around. Jwilliii, I disagree with the O line. I feel like Robert Saleh's discipline, his disciplinary, will definitely help that offensive line, in my opinion. You're right. They did lead the lead last year. I think he's going to fix all that. I know damn sure he's working on the defense. I know he got that situated. But right now, he has to focus on offense. Cam has some weapons now. He has 3 good receivers that could possibly be Pro Bowlers, in my opinion. Calvin really needs to wake up. I'm worried about the run game, but I feel like their defense will help bail them out in some situations. So I'm going to say this. I'll say 8 and 9.
Oh wow,
Robert Saleh makes a big jump. I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
I feel you, my brother.
Clip
I'm
that.
telling you. I will clip it. I will.
We're
I
gonna
will.
clip that.
I will, brother. I'm not no shame in my game. I have receipts AI's gonna clip all of this for me, brother. So I'm ready for you. I'm
So,
ready for
so,
all of
so,
this.
so you think the worst team in the AFC South is going to be an 8-9 team? 8-9
Oh,
Titans?
8-9 Titans, yes.
I've never put my money in the AFC South, but you got it.
I feel you. I feel you. Now let's go to the you guys' worst competition, the NFC South. Yeah, I think the NFC South called and said you guys are starting to be give me a run for my money of being sorry. So let's make it
Mm-hmm.
happen. Let's start with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. What was the Bucks do?
Did Baker go ahead and sign with them,
I
or is
don't
they
think not
still?
yet. I don't think not yet. He has not gotten the contract yet.
That's a weird thing.
Well,
I'll go
I
ahead. Go
will
ahead, my brother.
jump in there. Yeah, Coop, I got you.
Yes, sir.
Levante David retiring. That I think that guy's been playing linebacker in Tampa.
For a long time.
Be yeah, yeah. Before I
Long
had
time.
grandkids, I think, and
Oh yeah.
got a bunch of them now. You know what I'm saying?
Shout out to the babies.
Yeah,
Mhm.
he has been a mainstay. Shout out to Levante, one of the better
Yes, sir.
players, one of the
Yes.
better linebackers over the years. Um, a two-way pause. Guy that doesn't have to come out of the game against the pass, a guy that can play the run
Exactly.
as well, and appreciated him as a good player. And now he's gone. So
Yeah,
that that's like these guys didn't have some good linebackers
they did.
over the years, right? That show up there and play for a bunch of years and then kind of leave a void when they leave, like my man Brooks did before this guy got here. So
Mm-hmm.
uh, that part right there is a little bit scary, I would say, for Tampa. They
Yeah.
don't know what's, in my opinion, when you lose a guy like this, you don't realize all of the things that he was bringing to the table until when you get back out there and you're
Mm-hmm.
playing with a guy that's talented, but that's not him though. So they kind of retooling this defense because of that whole linebacker situation. Don't know what's going to end up with the Vita Vea situation, but I truly believe they will work that out. They don't trade good players usually. Tampa in their history hasn't traded good players in their somewhat prime. I know he's getting up there a little bit. Vita is, but I just don't see them trading
Right.
him. Uh, and if they did, then it would really. I think this prediction would be even worse. But they, even at their best, right? They just kind of hang on, and uh, I hate to do it to Coach Bowles, bro, but because he needs it. He needs a playoff.
Yes.
He needs
Yeah.
a division win, division championship, I should say. And unfortunately, man, I just don't think this year is gonna be it for them, bro. I
No.
don't. I'm sorry. Mike is gone. I know they got Ekuba
Ibuka. Ibuka.
and
Yep. Ibuka. Yep.
Ibuka and you know, Godwin still, who's hasn't been himself, and a couple
Yeah.
other guys. They got decent weapons, bro. But Big Mike is
They do.
gone. I think they're gonna miss that. They think that they're not, but they are. And I'm rambling at this point, but up and down. Todd needs it, but it's not gonna happen. He possibly could be fired.
Which I don't wish that
I
on him.
damn near want to say 6-11, but I'm gonna say 7-10 for Tampa this year, bro.
I'm gonna agree with my brother here. Um. Also, Bucky Irvin is gone.
He is?
Is
Oh,
it Bucky
really?
Irvin gone? Isn't Bucky Irvin gone?
I think you got him confused with
Oh, Ricard White. My fault. Never mind.
yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
never
yeah.
mind.
The
Okay,
other guy, yeah.
excuse what I was gonna say. So I'm gonna say this though: the Bucks still aren't quite elite yet. They're not in the elite tier. They're not an elite team. So, and there's always some NFC South randoms. I feel the Carolina's getting better, and I feel like the Saints is gonna get better. But this could possibly be a convincing 10-win team. I'm not convinced. I'm not sold. I'm not buying that. So here's the deal. the front seven improvements are not them. They're not them. Ruben Bain Jr. I think he can definitely be a decent player, and I definitely think Jeremiah Trotter is definitely going to be a problem too. But those are just two guys, people. Like my man said, I don't know about the Vita Vea situation. You lost Jamel Dean to us. Todd Bowles, I don't wish this on you at all, especially like the defense that you run. You're a good coach, and I feel like you're a solid guy. I'm definitely going to agree with my brother here and say 7-10 for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They're going to take a big decrease, and they're going to miss Mike Evans. So I'm going to say 7-10.
I mean, I don't know. This team, I feel like it's only I feel like I have the same opinion for this team as I do another team in this division. When that team comes up, I'll say it. But for me, it all kind of revolves around coaching for this team because I think this team has talent. I really think they do, and especially I don't think it's really a necessary worry, but especially if Baker Mayfield comes back, which he won 99% chance he probably will. But I'm not just worried. I like the talent on this team. I know they potentially leaving is a concern, but I think it's going to be one of those Miles Garrett quote unquote situations where he's just doing this to see if he can get the Buccaneers to pay up just a little bit more money on that contract. Which honestly, I'm not mad at it. That's what he's trying to do.
Me either.
But like I like the talent on this team, so I think this team can really go like 10-7. But once again, I just feel like it falls on coaching. I think what you said about Todd Bowles is 100% true. I think this season can really either make or break him. And I really hope he can step up because once again, this division doesn't look too hot. So I feel like winning the division really should be on the table for this Buccaneers team. If he doesn't win that division, then I'm kind of scared for his job, honestly, in Tampa.
Solid take.
My quick take on the Buccaneers, I agree with everything what you guys just said. I'm going to sound harsh on Todd Bowles here, but I think he's on the hot seat for this season.
He's hot as hell. Yeah.
He's got to deliver a division title, especially in a weaker division. No offense to him and the Buccaneers, but they blew it last season. They should have won that division easily last season. And I think it's a bit of a, Baker Mayfield's probably one of the better quarterbacks in the division. But he didn't sign a new contract, so they didn't give him a new contract. So is he going to be pissed off about it? Is he going to play harder? I'm not sure how he's going to react to that. But I think the Buccaneers, they lost a couple of good experienced players, like you guys said, in Levante David. He was like a leader of men, quarterback on defense for that team for a long, long time. And they lost one of their best wide receivers in Mike Evans. I think he's gone to the 49ers, I believe.
Yes.
So, but they did pick up Ruben Bain Jr., like you said, Marvin, in the draft. I think he was one of the best linebackers in the draft. He's probably going to be an instant starter for the Buccaneers. But I agree with you guys. I think the Buccaneers are going to be a pretty average team this season. I'm going to go with a record of 8-9.
I will say this: I don't think his seat is necessarily hot right now, but it's like when it's the winter time and you start to come in the house and you see the house is really, really cold, and then you crank that AC up to where it's warm. But you always know that when it starts to stay warm for like an hour, you notice how the room starts to get very, very hot. That's what it's kind of feeling like for Todd Bowles right now. You're like, we're cranking up the AC. The seat has been on warm for a little bit too long. So now I'm thinking about, man, maybe I should do something about this temperature. That's what I feel like with Todd Bowles right now. I don't think it's staying hot.
Put that man's chair in the California 100-degree weather. That's a hot seat, boy. I don't give a shit. He is in the hot chair.
I think it's like Tennessee spring weather, Mario. That's how I feel. It's like Tennessee spring weather.
Ragu, you call me the next time it's 100+ where you at and put a chair out there. That's gonna be Todd Bowles' seat. I don't give a shit.
Right. Sit it right out in the sun.
Right out in the sun.
One of those metal chairs.
Yes.
right?
Metal chairs is crazy.
Yes,
It's
bro. I'm
so
telling
hot
you,
you won't
man.
even
It's
sit on that thing, right? Ty
exactly. I'm
Bones
trying
won't
to
even sit
tell you.
down in his chair at
It's
this
That's
a
that
point.
wrap.
family reunion chair right there.
It's
I
a
don't like
wrap,
that shit.
bro. I'm a, let's start with the Saints. I'm gonna go with the Saints for the second team. I feel like they've done an excellent job building around this offense, around the sophomore quarterback Tyler Shaw. Now, as my brother knows me, I was really cussing and dogging the Saints out last year. I really was. I have a feeling I'm going to owe them a few apologies this season. I feel like the Saints will improve. They improved on the running backs. They drafted another receiver on the side of Chris Olave. And they drafted some young defensive guys, man. I'm like, okay, let's see what they can really do. And I feel like Coach Dennis, is going to definitely use the playmakers that he has. So the reality is going to set in the first half, and they did great the second half. I feel like they're going to have a great overall year. I'm going to say this is going to be a hot take. The Saints 10-7, but
Whoa.
they don't win a division.
Whoa. That's the hot take right there.
That's a
We're not
real
winning
hot
this
take.
division at 10-7 is that's the hot take. But all right. Anybody want to go?
Can I go with the Saints
Go
just
ahead.
quickly?
Yes, sir.
Uh, this is going to be another hot take, but the Saints are going to win the NFC South this season
Whoa.
with a
Okay.
losing record of 8-9.
I
Give
like
me
that.
some
I like
music.
it too. I
I,
like it
I,
too.
I,
Look.
I, I,
What?
I tell you why. Look, I agree, Marvin. I agree. I think Tyler Shuck is a great quarterback. He had a pretty good rookie season last year. He
Yep.
showed a lot. I watched him against the Dolphins, and he was unlucky not to win the game against the Miami Dolphins last season. He's got plenty of potential. You got Alvin Kamara. He's still a pretty explosive running back, and they got that Ethiopian guy from the Jaguars.
Yep.
So that's going to be a pretty good running back duo. You got what's the wide receiver? Chris Olave. He's a pretty good, decent wide receiver. So he's got weapons around him, Tyler Chuck. And then also with the Saints, they got Chase. They got a pretty good defensive line with Chase Young and Cam Jordan. So I think the Saints are up in the right. I think they're going in the. I think they're going to improve again this season, and I think they're going to steal the division at 8-9 in a bad division, really.
Wow, that's a great takes.
Thank
I
Awesome
you.
mean,
take. I am.
I'll
I'm,
oh, go ahead.
go ahead, Jay Will. Go ahead, Jay Will.
Well, I'm gonna say this. I do think people do not give Tyler Show the credit he deserves. But a lot of people were downing him, and it wasn't really his fault. But after the whole Shador situation, people looked at him and was like, "Okay, now we can hold you to a high pedestal that mind you, Shador was taken like first round. Nobody was having him on that pedestal, mind you.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like he did what he did in New Orleans. I think this team has a lot of veterans that they can rely on. 6-11. Mainly because I'm not so focused. I don't like the offense. I'm gonna be honest with you. You go out and you realize that hey, Chris Olave is a receiver that even though he's good, he has a lot of injury concerns. So what do? You go draft a wide receiver in the first round that also has injury concerns. I don't like that personally because that tells me that if one
Yeah.
of those guys go down, that team may not look as good offensively as it does. I think Kamara's getting really old. I think his production has drastically gone down the past 4 years. I wouldn't even be surprised. I don't even know if he's starting this year, but I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up losing that starting role to whoever the backup is. I just don't. I think the Saints are headed in the right direction. Yes, 100%. But I don't think that year will they kind of start gaining wins and national championship or national attention. Excuse me, will be this year. So I like 6-11. But I like what the future holds for New Orleans, honestly.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's a great segue into what I was gonna say but first, before that, let me do my annual uh dissing of Mickey Loomis, the worst general manager in two different leagues. Do you understand how do you understand how
Yes.
bad you have to be, right? To be the worst in two different sports. But I don't know how he keeps his job, but he does. They are routinely in salary cap hell.
Yes.
Once again, they find themselves in salary cap hell again.
How
And
about that?
the youth movement on defense is indicative of that. Not sure, that O line is gonna hold up as well. But I do like cool. When I was playing with Syracuse on the game, and I start telling people about Tyler Shock, they was like, "Oh, why are you doing videos of this guy? This guy is gonna be a backup in the league. This guy is gonna be a afterthought after this draft." And this is the comments that I was getting, bro, when I did the video on Tyler Shaw a couple years ago when he was coming out of Syracuse. I thought he was a good player, bro. And he's proven to be. So I love when that kind of shit happens. That I knew what I was seeing was correct. So I think they got a good quarterback. I think he's going to be good. But exactly what Jay Will said. Now you got two injury-prone wide receivers. Neither one of them are the, bigger pause, like X-type receivers.
Yeah.
And one of them you just paid to where now you're locked into him for.
Yes.
Hopefully he doesn't get hurt, Olave. So I think they need a year for the gumbo to cook down there in New Orleans, right? And I do mean I meant the gumbo because it's New Orleans. They need a little more time for the gumbo to cook. But like Jay Will said, the gumbo is cooking though. It's
slowly.
They got some stuff down there, bro. But it's a little young right now. And I don't believe in the run they made last year. I'm not about to put in a bunch of stock on it. Oh, did you see how the Saints finished last year? They're gonna. So no, 5-12, but a solid 5-12. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna, like how we said about the other team. Who was that? We said that about Adrian.
The
They're gonna
Titans.
lose close games.
Titans, yeah.
Yeah, the
Titans.
Titans. They're gonna lose close, tough games, but they're gonna lose. So yeah, 5-12 for the Saints, 7-10 for Tampa.
They're gonna definitely lose the international game. So I count that as a loss.
They playing the steel curtain.
Oh yeah, of course. Yes. Okay. Hear me out, people. Carolina Panthers. Although the Panthers made some notable offseason improvements to the roster, their quarterback play still creates too much uncertainty, knocking off teams like the Eagles, the Broncos. We seen those games last year. But finding a way to finish a sub-500 record is exactly what we've come to expect from Carolina. I like the players that they have on defense. I feel like their defense has really improved. I feel Bryce is going to be great. I feel like he's going to do well this season. Here's your NFC South winners, Carolina Panthers. Also with 10-7, but they win against the Saints to win the division. So I say 10-7. Carolina wins the division. I think they're headed into the right direction.
So I am as a disclaimer, tremendous Bryce Young supporter. Was really not feeling good about how his career was turning out at first. But last year, Roy, he showed you why they drafted him so high. Yeah, he's small, but actually he started to make some plays, getting outside the pocket, making people miss, running and then getting down. Just kind of frustrating the team, like how he used to do in college. Right? You think you got him and you don't have him. Ted Aroa, guy we scouted, Coop and myself. We the Raiders almost took this guy a couple years ago in the draft. So I think he's starting to build on the rapport with him, right? Still got the X-Man there, Xavier Legette, right?
Yep.
the running back situation, they kind of loaded at running back. I ain't gonna lie. They running backs is kind of nice, bro. They run that football in Carolina. And then Mr. Derrick Brown all of a sudden jumps up and is an all-pro defensive tackle for those guys. And then I would be messed up if I didn't mention the most aggressive corner perhaps in the National Football League, the entire National Football League, Mr. J.C. Horn. He shows up for a dogfight. Like they say, Coop, he wants you to run duo to his side so he can crack somebody.
Exactly. He's begging for you to. Yeah.
With all that said, mediocre division, right? This is the mediocre division of mediocre. Nobody wins 10 games in this division ever. I don't give a damn what happens. So 9-8 for Bryce and the Panthers, but they're gonna win the division. I know, Coop. I know. You thought I was going to say more wins.
I thought you was too, brother. Dame was still on that same shit from last year.
Man. But I'm going to say it like this, man. I'm going to say it like this. The way I look at the Panthers, this is going to sound weird until I break it down, reminds me of like my homemade potato soup. Now, hear me out. I think that when you make potato soup, when you start to put the ingredients in the crock pot, that's how I cook mine. That may be a hot take. I put mine in the crock pot like a slow cook. It looks horrible. I mean, once you chop up the potatoes, you put the potatoes in there, and then you put the cream of cheese and all these other ingredients. Before you turn the crock pot on and you pour the little chicken broth, it looks absolutely horrible. And that's what the Panthers have been looking like for the past few years. Their offensive line was horrible. Their defense, 2024, was horrible. But then you start to turn the slow cooker on a little bit, and then you realize, okay, you're heading in the right direction. It's starting to look better. It's starting to look better in Carolina. Bryce Young has drastically, I feel like, improved, and I feel like I owe him an apology because I really didn't have that faith in him anymore. The offensive line is not perfect, but it has gotten better. The defense, 100% is not perfect. I still think they need a few guys on that defense. But Derrick Brown, J.C. Horn, they have pieces. But in general, this team is still an 89 team. But I say all that to say that I think that if you continue to add in the season, if you continue to add in the right brand cheese and all this stuff, I feel like you have a big, beautiful crock pot, and you have an elite team in Carolina in the next few years if you continue on this upward trend. And I really, really like what's in store for this Panthers team, honestly. So I'm still going to go 89, but I think I would bet my chips on the Panthers being a playoff team in like the next 2 years. A legitimate playoff team. Not an 8-9 under 500 division winner team. A legitimate playoff team.
Okay.
Shout out to my homie potato soup.
My quick take on the Panthers. I think they're going to take a step backwards a little bit this season. I think Bryce Young had a great season, a breakout through season last year. I was glad to see that because that guy's gone through a bit of adversity. You know, he was on the verge of being a backup quarterback a couple of years ago. He got dropped for Andy Dalton a couple of seasons ago at the Panthers, I remember. So the way he's bounced back, and all credit to him. They got a tougher schedule, obviously, this season. I think the loss of Raquel Doddle is a big loss for them. He's gone to the Steelers because I think what helped Bryce Young was Raquel Doddle, is that how you pronounce his name, and Chuba Hubbard. They carried the ball times 20, 25 a game, 25 times a game last season. They took a lot of pressure off Bryce Young. So with Doddle missing, that just leaves Chuba Hubbard. I'm not sure who the other backup running back is.
Mr. Jonathan Brooks.
Jonathan Brooks.
Yes.
Yeah,
okay.
Watch out. Watch. Yeah, I think he will, Jay will. I'm telling you.
So, but
he's pretty serious.
But you know, they almost beat the Rams in the wild card round last season. They gave
a nice fade, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
They lost in the last minute to the Rams. So I think I'm gonna take a step backwards with the Panthers. I'm gonna go 6-11. I'm not sure if Bryce Young, has another. I think he has another good year, but I'm not sure if he's going to have a great year again.
And real quick before we move on, Coop, this
Yes,
is the argument, Jwilliii, for reseeding, right? Because as Adrian just mentioned, the Rams traveled to Carolina last year in the playoffs, which sounds ridiculous, but
Yeah.
that's what happened. They had to go play in Carolina.
Right.
So
I agree, but
for your committee members, this is the poster child for the reason people want reseeding. I'm not sure how we feel about that, and we should probably do a show on that one day, Coop. But
yes, sir.
this is definitely the argument for it right there, bro. Carolina had no business hosting the Rams last year.
Radu, I said this. Me and you said this in December. It don't matter to me. You get that city, go win that football game if you're the better team. That's all you gotta do.
True.
It don't matter to me. Go put up. It don't matter to me. Spot the ball. I mean,
go beat them. Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. If it gets reseated, to me it's okay, fine. But it's not a concern to me to complain about it to the league officials. That to me, it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
Go win a football game. I don't care.
I'm not going to spend too much time on these guys. Kind of lost hope in them. I've always seemed like I'm giving them 8 wins or 9 wins. They disappoint me.
Yeah, the whole division is like that.
Posting their worst record since 2020 isn't the best way for the Falcons to start with Kevin Stefanski era. This guy's a clown, but this is another team that could be weighed down quite a bit by its quarterback situation. So after they're sorry, I don't care.
Hey, you was trying to be professional.
I was trying to be professional, my brother. This is a brief glimpse of what's possible with this group. I know they're on right now. I haven't turned on the game, but these QB issues, it's frustrating. So I'm gonna say this: Falcons 5-12. I feel bad for my man Bijan Robinson, one of the most elite running backs I've seen. Kyle Pitts has stepped up last year. I feel like his numbers decreased. Drake London's decreased. Got a lot of injuries on the defense now. James Pierce just went out with an injury for the year, so don't really see this team really doing anything special. So 5-12. Don't even know what direction the Falcons is going into, honestly. So 5-12.
I'll go. I'm gonna go, guys. Please. Yeah, Coop. It seems like we say 9-8, 8-9 every year for these guys. 100%. Stefanski, another one of those. Let's be honest, man. Retread coaches, right?
Yes.
The dudes that get fired and get another chance, and he got a chance right away.
Right.
Whatever. It's like they got something on Roger and the guys in New York in the offices or whatever, because they get jobs after really failing.
Yes.
Right? After failing, they end up landing head coaching jobs again. And Stefanski does it again. I'm not saying he's doing it again, but the situation comes up again. This time it's him. He gets handed a pretty good team here. If I was a coach, I would be happy to take this job.
Right.
Now, then they proceed to do what Jwilliii said New Orleans did at the receiver at quarterback. Now, how the hell are you going to do that? How are you going to – okay, receiver is one thing. All right? How the hell are you going to have 2 suspect guys at QB?
Yes.
Shout out to Ty. They got Tua turn the ball over. Right? And then they got Penix, who, like we say, Coop, the scouts say what they say about you in the draft, and that shit is true. Pardon my language. So if you ever want to know about a player, listen to the drafts, scouts
Especially.
before they come to the league, bro. They're telling the truth. They told us this dude's needs was bad, and what happened?
It's go.
They told us Jaden was fragile and that he shouldn't be running in the league. What happened?
Yes.
I'm just saying.
Better
The
listen.
scouts are right. That's a whole nother show.
Yes.
So, but they got high-powered dudes. Perhaps the best player in the entire league, people are saying.
Yep.
Offensively, anyway. The tight end, they just signed the receiver. I mean, it looks like they got it all figured out. But because of the suspect quarterback situation, they're not going to win any more than 8 games. And that's why Bryce and the Panthers are going to win this division at 9-8 because these guys are going to go 8-9. What? I didn't sound like I was about to say no bunch of wins. I didn't sound like I was about to say a bunch of wins. Did I, Jay Will?
No, it's like
definitely not.
I think I'm tripping because we spent an hour and plus on these whack ass South division.
That's just because we're football guys. Bro.
I feel you, brother. I feel you. Go ahead,
Look,
Joe.
man. Let's be honest here, right? I'm kind of about to pick you up back off of what you said, and kind of put it into my own terms. You said that the Saints, what they did at wide receiver, is exactly what the Falcons have been doing at quarterback. And it's crazy because when you said that, I had to do a little search. If we're going to be honest, Matt Ryan around 2019, that's kind of when the wheels started to fall off, right? Stayed there for another 2 seasons. Falcons went 4-12, 7-10. What did they do? They go get Marcus Mariota. I think they drafted Desmond Ritter. None of those guys were the answer. Desmond Ritter stays the next year, and then you have Taylor Heineke. Once again, none of those guys were the answer. So you know what they do? They continue to put Band-Aids on this position, go sign Kirk Cousins, and then to try to get some insurance on that position, they go and draft Michael Penix. Once again, none of those guys works out. So now you head into this season right here where, once again, I think that the Falcons roster-wise, outside of that the quarterback position, it's not that bad. But then you go out and you hire Kevin Stefanski, who's looked like a clown the past 2 years, and you expect me to have some faith in this Falcons team? Absolutely not. I think this is a 6-11 team, honestly. And I would not be surprised if it's worse than that. I hate it for you, John. I hate it for the guys who actually contribute on that team. But the Falcons don't know how to run that organization. And it's kind of annoying because I feel like they're trapping such good talent on that roster that needs to be somewhere else actually doing something else. Like, I really don't understand what's the problem with this organization. Why they keep trying to put little Band-Aids on this. Think they fix it with the Michael Penix situation. Whole time, the backup insurance is just as worse as the insurance you have now. So, I mean, what are we doing? It's like
trading bad insurance.
It's like having a 1999 Dodge Durango and then having like a 1987 Volkswagen right next to it in case that one breaks down. Like none of that stuff is going to work. You need to go out there and get you a 2025 Santa Fe Honda, something that actually can run for a while. Because right now, go get you a Honda. Hondas, they last over 250,000 miles. Go get you one of those type quarterbacks. But they're going to continue to put a Band-Aid on this situation until they can actually go out and get a quarterback. I have no faith in this Falcons team whatsoever.
Yeah, I completely agree with you guys with the Falcons. I think if they just had a decent, reliable quarterback, they would win this division. I believe they got one of the best roster, the best roster in the NFC South, especially on offense. They got Bijan Robinson. He's elite. He's probably one of the best running backs in the league. Cole Pitts, tight end. You got they got good wide receivers as well. So they're stacked on offense, and they've got a pretty good defense led by Jesse Bates. They've got a good defensive coordinator in Jeff Ulbrich. I believe he's a decent DT coordinator. So they got all the pieces. Just the one piece missing is a quarterback. You can't rely on Tua or Michael Penix Jr. Number one, they're injury prone, and number two, I don't think they're that great at quarterbacks anyway, even when they are fit. So if they had like a top 20 quarterback, they would definitely win this division. So I'm going to go with the Falcons I agree with you. I agree with you guys with their overall record. I think they're going to go no more than 7 wins, 7-10.
All right, the NFC South is done. We're going to go to the NFC East, which is one of the most interesting divisions, in my opinion. And I'm going to start with America's team, the Cowboys. Over the years, Jwilliii, Adrian, you was here last year. Ragu, you already know my brother. I've always said the Cowboys defense, it still gets them into trouble against some top tier teams. Am I correct? Top
Yeah.
tier competition. But thanks to this offseason changes, shout out to my boy Caleb Downs. We just signed Quentin Williams. I feel like they can take care of opponents they should really win against. So a 5-1 record in the division allows. I think they'll go 5-1 in the division, and they'll sneak
Uh,
back into the
uh,
playoffs.
okay.
So, but here's my thing with this, Ragu. I know you and I've said 12 wins, right? I'm still gonna say 12 wins, but I'm gonna say this about the Cowboys, y'all. The Cowboys do not need another 12-win regular season. They need January wins, and Dak knows that he better than anyone. That September builds hype, but January builds legacies.
Uh,
So
bar.
Cowboys, I told y'all, I'm them. So Cowboys, get it together. Regular season's wins does not count this time. You guys need to win in January, where it counts the most. So I'm gonna still say 12-5. They win the division. I'm done with the Cowboys.
Go ahead, y'all.
I feel similar to what you said. 'Cause I think that, well, personally, I just want to start off by saying I think Caleb Downs was the best overall player in the draft. It annoyed me that he kind of fell right into the Cowboys' hands. I was like,
Yes, I agree. I agree.
any team in the USA, y'all send him to Dallas. But like you said, I've always been a Dak Prescott believer. I think he gets a little bit too much hate because he has that Cowboys jersey on his back. I don't think a lot of people like to get credit where it's due for him because people forget, like he was, even though it was a weak year for MVP, he was just an MVP candidate like 2, 3 years ago. He has
Yep.
shown that when healthy, that he can deliver. He has the pieces in George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb. The
Yep.
defense, although it is in work, it is probably going to be way better than it was last year, especially because they have help in the secondary. My main concern is can they stop the run? That front seven, I think it has pieces, but it's still one of those I gotta see it to believe it type cases. I think
Yep.
the offensive line has lost a little bit of steam because they kind of lost a lot of key guys over the past few years, but I don't think it's like in jeopardy. I think that this Cowboys team really honestly should be a playoff team. And if this team is not a playoff team, then Jerry Jones, I need you to sell that team. This is time. It's really already been time, but this is the year where it's like, okay, the Cowboys have kind of picked it back up. They have a decent schedule. This team should be a playoff team. But once again, I think fans are kind of tired of being just a playoff team. They want to see the Cowboys actually go on a run. So we'll see what's in store for Dallas.
Um, did you go, Adrian? Go ahead, Adrian.
Uh, my quick take on the Cowboys. I think they're going to be involved in a lot of high scoring games this season. They got a good offense in. I personally rate Dak Prescott. I think he's a great quarterback. They got CeeDee Lamb and Pickens, two elite wide receivers, so their passing attack's going to be pretty lethal this year. Um, they got I think their defense is a bit thin. I know they got that guy from the Jets, Williams, the defensive tackle from the
Williams.
Jets. He's a good player. I know they lost Micah Parsons to the Packers, but look, I trust the Cowboys are going to put a lot of points on the board this season. They're going to score a lot of touchdowns, but my main concern is about their defense. I think their defense will give away a few points this season as well. But I back Dak Prescott and the wide receivers he's got to win most of their shootouts. that they're going to be in this season. So I'm predicting they're going to have a bounce back year, win the NFC East at 11-6 record with 11-6 record.
I think a lot of people underestimate Marty's son.
Yeah.
The Schottenheimer name is a legitimate football name.
Yep.
This guy's not just gonna sit around and let his team be trash. They have of course CD and George, but I'm thinking the defense, bro. They went in like Jay Will said, Caleb was probably the top football player in the draft, right? And then a sneaky thing that they did. Another guy that I covered, if you guys mess with my channel at all, not trying to plug, but hey, this is what I do. This kid, Jay Sean Barham, bro. From Michigan. They got him in the 3rd round, which was a little higher than they were saying he was supposed to go, but the Cowboys didn't mess around because I think they saw what I saw. So if he works out, now they do have a decent edge rusher. They also drafted Malachi Lawrence, the edge rusher from UCF. He was, pardon me if I'm wrong, he was top 7 edge rusher, right? Poop, if I'm not mistaken. So they got some youth coming off the blade. If that works out, the rest of the defense wasn't all that bad. They just wasn't able to get to the QB and get any, 3rd down stops. Offense, we know they got that. The kicker is an absolute weapon, right? And because of all that, man, I thought these dudes are, like I said on the other show, I'm not going to back off of a cool 12-4. The Pokes. 12-5, I mean. The Pokes going to win the division. And I like what you said about Dak. Dak has got to, and let me say this. If I was on the Pokes, or they coach, no ESPN, Fox 1 in the building, no social media in the building at all, bro. We not looking at none of that because everybody be talking about them, bro. And then the players, I think they get to listening to that shit, bro. And
they do, yeah.
They're like kind of like the Colts in that way, right? They always don't live up. And I think it's because people be talking about them damn Cowboys too much, bro. So if you play for them, turn all that shit off this year. Don't during the season, let that shit ride, bro. Tell your folks, don't even tell you what Stephen A and everybody is saying. Feel me?
Especially that fool. Especially him.
Just ball, bro. Just ball. Yes. And they have the guys. So that's what I think.
Right, I must have did something to you these past 2-3 weeks. I keep hearing you talking down about players, man. Like, what's up, man?
Nah.
I thought we was cool, man.
I'm glad you here, so it won't be like I'm talking behind your back. You know what I'm saying?
Right. That's what. Yeah.
I always be like, Jay Will gonna think I'm tripping when you don't, when you're not here. But you here, you still think I'm tripping. But at least you here. You know what I'm saying? At least I've said it while you're here. You know what I'm saying? But no, you're my guy, man. You got the
Philadelphia Eagles, man. Philly's gonna surprise me, brother. Let me start once again. I'm sorry, brother. The Eagles' first half, like them losses to the Panthers, Commanders, they can be chalked up into some growing pains. They have a new offensive system. The change is going to be largely like a positive one but I feel like this unit is going to be dangerous again. We talked about Jalen Carter, 2 lockdown corners. Philly is once again a threat in the NFC. But I'm going to say this too. Jalen Hurts has definitely proven he can win at the highest level. Now, the challenge is proving it, like, can he do another great run like he had? Getting there, like, everyone's respect. I don't know why he feel like he needs everyone's respect. I think, like, staying humble is gonna like define his greatness, if that makes any sense. So I feel like the Eagles will definitely be second in this division. I'm still gonna give them 11-6 because the defense is still there. Everybody's still there on the defense. You lost like AJ Brown. I feel like that'll probably be a 2 game difference. But he still got some weapons, and Jalen Hurts is still gonna make it happen, and Saquon is still there. So, and shout out to the coach, man, Coach Nick. He's gonna make something happen. But I'm gonna
Yeah,
say 11-6, just because
yeah,
I feel like
coach.
other teams in that division are on the rise. So
Yeah.
Coach Sirianni, one more Super Bowl away from being a Hall of Fame coach, in my opinion. I know that sounds crazy, but it's true. The dude, his teams have been there.
yeah,
Um, they had too much drama surrounding
they
this
do.
team, bro.
They
The
do.
team is loaded. The roster's loaded.
Yeah.
No doubt about that. There's no questioning the quality of the both lines. They got guys at linebacker, like Coop said, corner.
Yes.
The problem, I think, so they go out, they get help me out, Coop, in the draft.
Makai Lennon.
Kyler.
Makai Lennon.
Makai Lemon, okay. All right, but he's a rookie,
Right.
right? He's a rookie. Now, does
Devontae.
little man, I'm not trying to disrespect. I'm just saying, can he handle the number one deal? Can he handle all that and what goes into that?
Right.
I personally don't think so. That's uh, he's due for some money, so he's gonna try his hardest. Pause.
Right.
When these guys are in a contract year, oh, you see the best of them. So I know he's working out really strenuously, planning on putting up big numbers, and he might have a decent year, but I just don't think. I'm gonna just say it like this, bro. AJ going to New England is the difference between these dudes winning and losing the NFC East.
Mm-hmm.
Period. 11-6.
I don't mean I want to call this a hot take, honestly, because maybe I'm just the only one who, even though I have questions about the Eagles, I still feel pretty confident. I have them going 14-3, and I want you to hear me out on why. You are right. I'm not the biggest Jalen Hurts guy. I've never ever been. I think him losing AJ Brown will have somewhat an effect on the offense. But I don't think this team is going to go 14-3 because the offense is elite. I think the defense will be really, really good next year. I think big Fangio, the guy who's on the Browns, now he's the defensive coordinator in Philadelphia. I love his football mindset. He's going to get that defense to where it needs to be. But I don't think the Eagles offense need to do crazy numbers offensively. I do have concern with Devontae Smith being the number one wide receiver. But even if he's just a low end wide receiver one, I don't think he needs to just be great. I just think the Eagles will still be able to put up points, and I think you're kind of going to do that when you still have a decent wide receiver core, when you still have a good old line, when you still have Saquon Barkley in the backfield. I think that the defense is going to be the main reason why this Eagle team is still one of the top teams in the NFL this year. So I'm going to go with 14-3.
My take on the Philadelphia Eagles, I think they are one of the most boring NFL teams to watch. I know that's a hot take, but like
Ain't a hot
fourth
take.
and 1, 3-1, you know what's coming, the push, and I really hate that play, but it's effective and it works and it's successful. So you got to give them credit for that. I think the Philadelphia Eagles are going to have another solid season. I don't think they'll win a division, but what I like about the Eagles is they're solid everywhere. In the trenches,
Yeah,
offensive line, defensive line, they've got a good offensive line. They've
no
got a
doubt.
good running back in Barkley. They've got a good defense. Vic Fangio is one of the best defensive-minded head coaches and experienced defensive head coaches in the league. Has been, and his defense always play hard and physical and hard to beat. So I think the Philadelphia Eagles are going to have a solid season once again. Jalen Hurts, hopefully under a new offensive coordinator, he can let it rip a bit more. But I'm going to go with they should still make the playoffs. But I think they'll finish second in the division behind the Cowboys. I'm going to go them 10-7 record.
I mean, I'm not going to spend too much time on these guys. The roster is too talented to be satisfied with just simply making the playoffs. Am I right? So let me ask y'all this. Is the championship windows still open for the Philadelphia Eagles?
I would say without a doubt.
I say wide open.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's
They can definitely win the championship, perhaps. I'm not going to say that they could not.
I just feel like they have a mix of superstars and young players for me not to feel that way personally.
I'm going to just say this about them, and I'm going to drop the mic and we can move on. Nobody cares what your roster looked like in August. If you're home in January. That's all I'm going to say.
His dude has been practicing bars. He been practicing bars for the show.
Hip hop shows or something.
Jwilliii, he went and put some lines together on it, bro.
I appreciate that, my brothers. I appreciate that. All right, the G-Men. This is gonna be interesting, y'all. Anybody want to start, or y'all want me to start?
I'll start honestly, because Jackson Dart, Ole Miss guy, much love. We're gonna talk about the quarterback, but much love to Jackson Dart. I think that the Giants are going to be the worst team in this division. I don't know if that's a hot take or not, give or say. Neighbors, I still think that some reports say that he's good to go at the start of the season. Other reports says that he's far away. So I really don't know what to make of that situation. But I will say that I have confidence in that Jackson Dart will continue to get better. I do think they did the right pieces in the draft, but I still think that this New York Giants team just still has certain things they need to work on, because I still have questions in the secondary. I have to visually see the offensive line get better. Just stuff like that, coaching, not the biggest fan. I think that the Giants are still due for like maybe a 7-10 type season, but last year showed me that they have more holes than I thought they'd be opposed. So I'm not, once again, this division is kind of tough for me because I think there's a decent amount of good teams in this division. But at the same time, I think the Giants are just hey, we're just trying to survive what we got right now for the next year or two, and then we'll start catching up with other teams in the division. But right now, we still in that building up a team type phase. So I'm gonna go 7-10 with the Giants.
Talk to me, Adrian.
The Giants, I got them improving this season. I think they're going to take a step forward in the right direction. I think they've obviously brought in John Harbaugh, who did a decent job, did a good job at the Ravens. He's now the head coach at the Giants. I like Jackson Dart. I like his swagger. I like his confidence. He showed glimpses of good play last season at quarterback. He's got Cam Scatterbolt back at running back. I rate him as a running back. Fights for every yard. He can block. He can receive a pass out of the backfield as a passing back. So, and they got a couple of decent wide receivers. I think they got Odell Beckham Jr.'s come back. He's obviously not the same player that he was. He's obviously mid-30s now and won't be as fast, but I think he'll be decent as maybe it's just a slot receiver. And they also got Malik Neighbors, who was injured for most of last season. So that's a big inclusion of him coming back. So I think the Giants are going to have an improved season, and I think with under the leadership of John Harbaugh and most of their offensive Scatterbowl coming back, Neighbors coming back. I think they're going to have a decent year. I think they're not going. They're going to just miss out on the playoffs, but I think that they will finish with a winning record of 9-8.
My Giants take. I feel like the Giants, they run a far more professional operation under John Harbaugh. I feel like that's why they hired him in the first place. And an early 4-game winning streak, I feel like it's possible for this team, but it's going to struggle. I see some struggles. Like you guys said earlier about a few teams, they're going to lose a few games close. I feel like they'll probably get blown out a few times. But also, I seen that what you said, Jay Will, about neighbors. I'm not. I don't think he's ready at all either. I think on all grind, I did say maybe 9-8, but I feel like they're not there yet. They could be contenders maybe next year or in a few years, like down the stretch. But this year, I'm agree with you, Adrian. I'm going to say 8-9. They much improve. I have to see what Harbaugh and Jackson Dart can do. We've seen what he done with Lamar Jackson. Can he do the same for Jackson Dart? Can Cam? I know Cam, like you said, he could block, run, he fights for every yard, but he has to stay healthy and stop doing backflips. Can Malik come back and be healthy? We know Odell not going to be him. The front seven defense is scary. They can keep up, but at the end of the day, they'll probably be the last to not score and get scored on and this and that. So, and that's going to be a tough division. So I'm going to say 8-9.
And I will say that I still do feel a way about John Harbaugh only because I feel like he's out the league now. I think Justin Tucker saved a lot of games for the Ravens.
Oh yeah, most
for
definitely.
the past some years. So to me, it always feels. I don't think they have that kicker this year in New York. So to me, it's like now you kind of got to actually go out there and win games without relying on such an elite kicker, arguably one of the best in NFL history, to be out there to save games for you. Especially because the Ravens had a lot of ugly wins during that tenure. So now it's like you kind of got to win those games. And I don't know if John Harbaugh now can still do that without that reliance. Because it's one thing where you can get like 30 yards and you got Justin Tucker up here kicking a 60-yard field goal for a win. You don't have that in New York. So like I said, it's a new place. I don't have the biggest expectations, but I still think that they'll make a little noise. And like I said, I think the future should be promising for the Giants. But I'm not 100% always.
Gotcha.
Yes.
We still on the G
thank you
note.
for keeping it going.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I heard y'all. My camera had overheated. So the G-Man. This is going to be interesting. The neighbors thing. I just heard this too. They said,
yeah,
and I don't even want to repeat some of the bullshit they said, but it wasn't promising what they said about his knee. And so I'm gonna have to kind of bump down my prediction if you guys heard what I had said on All Grind, because everything else is cool. Don't get me wrong. And the division is a strong division. So it's gonna be improvement. This team was better than their record was last year, I believe. They definitely had more talent than that. They should have won more games than they did. But I think they'll slip up a bit and go, I'm going to say 6-11, man. Reason why, I don't know what's up with neighbors.
Yeah.
And although I do think Harbaugh's a good coach and his program is a nice program, what he runs and his philosophies and all that, but I do think it takes a year to, kind of like Jay Will's analogy with the team putting the thing in the crock pot and building it slowly. You understand? They're gonna definitely be better than they have been, but it's not gonna all come together this first season under Harbaugh. I got them 6-11 overall.
Not bad. Washington Commanders.
I'll go ahead.
Yes,
So I think they agree with me now. Kingsbury has been shown the door with the air raid offense. The air raid offense is cool, man, but you in the National Football League, if you're gonna run that, like the real, like how it's supposed to be ran, the quarterback is gonna take some hits off of fakes and things of that nature, right? But you're gonna get yards off of it, and he's gonna be able to run and all that. But this kid is too skinny, man. He's too frail, right? He's fast as all outdoors. He wet, got arm, all that. But this is not the type of guy. Like if you had Cam Ward, the way Cam Ward is put together, you probably could run that offense. You know, Cam don't really care. But Jaden is not. You can't be running that offense with Jaden, and I think they understand that now. So that's the part that I want to get to. I think they get that now. So now he's going to become more of a pocket guy, run and slide, right?
Right.
So division's still tough, though. Division is still tough. They got those Eagles that we were talking about and those Cowpokes that we were talking about. So if the Pokes are going to go 12-5 and the Eagles are going to go 11-6, you know, at best, these guys can put together and just because it's J5, I'm going to say 10-7 season. A season with highlights, you know. It's going to be a fun year for the NFC East. Highlights, J5 is going to do his thing. But at the end of the day, they only going to win 10 because it's just not enough wins. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Available. 10-7 for the Commanders. I was going to say 9-8, but I gave them the extra win because of J5.
I agree with everything you said about J5. Here's my thing with that as well. The NFL has a full season of tape now. The great ones always evolve before defensive figures them out. Anyone can arrive. Staying is the hard part. But here's, like you said, Raghu, not just the division. The Commanders are in a better shape than they was this time last year, right? However, the challenging schedule is they also have a challenging schedule, my brother. These guys going to start off with the the Eagles, Cowboys, Seahawks. And then on top of that, you got a bye week after the London game. That's going to costly miss an opportunity at a home game against the Giants, man. But I'm gonna agree with you. But I'm just gonna say 9-8. They'll be third in the division. 9-8.
Yeah, schedule's tough. Division's tough.
Yes, they got a long season ahead of them. So good luck, Washington.
Honestly, it's this team. This may be a hot take, but Jaden Daniels, my criticism of him has still been the same since college. Guys kind of just he's too skinny. You know, I don't want him taking these big bumps. You know, the way he plays is so. I've never seen a quarterback that has that build that's just so willing to take really any type of hit you throw at him. I don't like that. And I feel like it sets you up for those injury type careers. I don't like that. Laramie Thompson. I was laughing earlier when Raghu was talking because I had to see how long Laramie Thompson was out, and of course the gas mask thing pops up, and I'm like, that's I guess you still talking about that now. But Laramie Thompson being out. Yeah, I get on Google search. It was the second thing that popped up on my thing when I typed in Laramie Thompson.
Brutal.
2016, by the way. Wasn't even his fault, but that's a whole other topic. But I think when you take such an all-pro offensive tackle out that Washington's O-line, it kind of leaves a big gap right there. And when you talk about running the air raid, the number one thing I feel like you have to have when running the air raid is protection. And now without him in the picture, it kind of leaves him open to, once again, taking those big hits, potentially running out the pockets, doing something dumb, and, God forbid, get hurt. Now, he hasn't really had, I think last year he kind of had an injury little season, if I'm mistaken. Wasn't he?
Yeah.
On and off.
Absolutely.
It's kind of already started. Plus, like Coop said, that schedule is just daunting because even though, he said he started off with the Eagles, Cowboys, Seahawks, you got to play the Colts on another country. And not saying that we're the best, but playing in another country, you kind of really just don't know. And, they played a tough division. You still got to go out there, you got to play the Rams, you got to play the Seahawks. I'm looking at the schedule right now. The Bengals could be a decent team. We don't know yet. It's just a lot of. I don't see any real just definitive wins outside maybe like the Titans and Cardinals.
Yep.
So for that reason, I'm gonna have to go 7-10. I think they're headed in a decent direction, but I don't think this is the team that I feel comfortable with saying that hey, they're gonna definitely go over 500 this year. I don't feel comfortable at all saying that.
Fair.
My quick take on the Commanders. I think they'll struggle this season. I honestly think their roster is very average at best. I know they were in the NFC Championship game a couple of seasons ago, and that took everyone by surprise. Like I agree with you with Jaden Daniel. He's got that skinny build. He can't afford to take too many hits. I agree with you guys there. That was a very good point. And he hasn't got a lot of options around him. Like I know Scary Terry is a good wide receiver. They brought in Stephon Diggs from the Patriots, which is a decent option. But besides that, they're very thin offensively and defensively, I believe. I know Bobby Wagner retired. He's very similar to Levante David from the Buccaneers, a leader of men, a great leader, quarterback on defense. I think he's going to be a big loss. But they recruited, but hopefully, is it Sonny Styles?
Yeah.
He looks like he's a big boy, a big guy, 6'4". He's quick as hell. And he looks like the real deal. So hopefully he'll probably be an instant starter for the Commanders. But I agree with Jay Will. I think they're going to struggle this season especially with the Giants improving and the Cowboys improving. I think they're going to go 6-11.
All righty. The AFC East. Adrian, the floor is yours, my brother. There you go. Oh, different than mine from last year, huh? Okay.
I'll start with my beloved Dolphins. I think I'll start with the Dolphins. What can I say? I think it's going to be a long and hard and frustrating season for the Miami Dolphins this season. They're in a total rebuild. They got Jeff Hafley as a new coach. Mike McDaniel, got fired. So it's a complete rebuild at the Miami Dolphins. We lost Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, Bradley Chubb, Jalen Phillips. We got rid of all our older players and recruited. I think we recruited pretty well in the draft with a lot of good young players coming through. But they're probably going to take some time to develop. So I think, but I'm happy we got rid of Tua. I'm happy that we got rid of Tua, turn the ball over, as Raider Ragu likes to say. I agree with you there, mate. I'm happy to see the back of him. And I think Malik Willis, I know he hasn't got a lot of starts in NFL, but the starts he has, what I've seen of him, especially a couple times last season, he backed up Jordan Love at the Packers. He did well. He's got some wheels on him. I can't remember the last scrambling quarterback the Miami Dolphins had, so it's going to be. I'm really excited to see him how he plays, but he hasn't got a lot of options around him. I know we've got a good running back core in A-Chain and Ollie Gordon, but I think we're really thin on wide receivers. So I think we're going to struggle offensively. We're going to struggle in general this year. So as a Dolphin fan, I'm going to have to be patient this year. But I still think we can surprise a few teams. I think we'll be. Look, I reckon we'll go 6-11.
That's a solid take, and I know it's tough for you to say that about your guys, but I appreciate you. So we got them. I'll jump in there. We got them losing week 1, so that's a loss, right? So no, but like he was saying, a lot of you heard all of those guys they released. All of those guys are good players, man. Uh, Veteran guys, starting to flip the roster, and I can commend the GM. I don't know who it is. Maybe
Eric
AJ.
Eric O'Sullivan.
Yeah, Eric O'Sullivan, because he's not wasting time, right? He's not doing the Mickey Loomis. He's not, drag assing and trying to half be competitive and
Yeah,
half rebuild the roster. He just said, you know what, man, we're going to get rid of all them dudes, bro. Everybody that is paid or wants to get paid is we're going to show them the door, bring in some youth. We get a bargain deal on Willis because he wants to prove that he's a starting quarterback and be able to get a contract after this. So they signed him to a very team-friendly deal, and they're retooling the whole thing, and I commend them for that, the way they're going about doing that. But because they're so young on defense now, and because no Waddle, no Tyreek Hill, uh, they are still very explosive. I think they'll be one of the top running teams in the league because of
yeah.
both of the running back and the quarterback being able to run. They're not going to be able to put it all together, though. You know what I mean? And they still got to play Josh Allen, and the Patriots actually went to the Super Bowl. So the division is getting better. I think the Jets are going to be better. So
I hope not.
I'm gonna give my boy Willis an extra win. I'm a 7-10.
I personally would just quickly. I would take that. I think that would be a positive and successful year for the Dolphins.
Because, like you said, I think they're gonna surprise some teams.
Yeah,
Adrian, right? Teams aren't going. When you play against A-Chain, bro, you got to be used to that speed. You got to be ready for that speed.
yeah,
If he gets out on you and gets loose in the first quarter, bro, he usually has a good game, and the Dolphins usually win those games. To be honest with you, so yeah, I think they're another guy. Shout out to Coop and myself, Ali Gordon, another guy that we talked about, Oklahoma State a couple years back. So he's kind of like the bigger back, right?
How back?
They got the big back, and then they got A-Chain, the speed guy. So they got, and the quarterback can run. So yeah, Halfley don't know anything about him. I'm not gonna lie about that. I'm not gonna sit here and say that I thought that he was gonna be a candidate for a head coaching job, and I know his philosophies or any of that. I'm not gonna lie to you. So, but because of the explosiveness that they still have, and that little bit of advantage that they have playing in that humidity. Early in the season in Miami at home. 7-10.
Yeah, and I will say, I'm not the biggest Malik Willis guy, but I think he's still decent. I 100% agree. I think A-Chain, I think Ollie Gordon. Ollie Gordon was a funny guy because I thought he was going to be one of the top running backs out of his class. He kind of his stock got worse as he went on with Oklahoma
Same
State.
here, Jay Will.
Yeah.
Same here.
I thought he was going to be a guy. So I think the running back room is fine. I'm not going to say I'm all in with the quarterback room, but Malik Willis is okay, I guess. Oh. With the first pick in the 2027 NFL draft, the Miami Dolphins select. I don't know what are we talking about. Listen, Aiden, I like you. You seem like a good guy. But this team seems bud outside of the running back room. Like I just said with Malik Willis. He's okay, I guess, but let's be real. Nothing else really sticks out with this team. Jalen Waddle is another guy who I think he's just going to be a consistent, maybe always knocking or a little bit over 1,000 yards per year. He's not your real guy that you want to have as your wide receiver one. I feel like this team is going to be the worst team in the NFL this year. With that being said, once again, Adrian, I like you. I respect you. I think this is a 2-15 team. I really don't see 3 wins on the year.
That's
I
fair,
can't be
that's
nice
fair
to
enough.
7-10 thing. I'm going to be honest with you.
I call the Miami Dolphins the Owl team because it's a bunch of who's on there. But I feel like I kind of agree with Jay Will, but I also agree with pretty much everybody. They can pop a few people. Like they can win the game that they're not supposed to win. But Adrian, I definitely agree with you. Most important, brother. It's going to be a very, very difficult long year for Miami. The schedule.
That's good.
That's beautiful. Let alone this team is rebuilding. I have no idea where you guys are heading. Malik Willis doesn't get much help in his first opportunity as a full-time starter. The Dolphins end up with no choice but to consider drafting a top quarterback from the stacked 2027 class. My brother, I hope this doesn't affect our brotherhood. 1-16, brother. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's brutal.
Oh,
Man, I thought I was gonna have to go
I
somewhere.
don't see
Uh,
anything. I don't know. Mike McDaniels is gone. Where Tyreek gone? Everybody's gone. Like who in the
yeah,
world is gonna be that? Oh,
and
when
the
when
coach
you
too. We weren't
yeah
the
yeah
coach.
that's what
We
I said.
weren't
Mike McDaniel,
expecting.
he gone. Yeah, that's what I'm like. We gonna look.
And Halfley. I mean, who?
Yeah, it's it.
I guess
yeah.
I don't
Happily,
know.
it's,
Yeah.
yeah, he's a former Green Bay Packers defensive coordinator, but like you, Ragu, I don't know much about him. I think this is his first head coaching job in the NFL, so a lot of
It
unknowns
definitely
with the
is.
Miami Dolphins for this
And
season.
my problem with it, Adrian, is he wasn't
Yeah.
talked about at first.
Right.
He just kind of
Yeah,
all of a sudden took the job, and I'm like, how this guy get hired before LaFleur and Kubiak, and he got hired before a lot of guys.
Yes, he
yeah.
did, bro.
So I don't know what Mr. Stephen Ross has got going, but
You
uh,
know why? Because sorry to interrupt you. We hired Eric O'Sullivan, who was I think was used to be a GM or something in the
so
back
was Green
room
Bay.
at the Green Bay Packers,
Oh, so that
and he's
makes
good.
sense. They got
And he
Willis, they got
yeah. So
Happy.
well,
So he
well,
brought those
basically,
guys over with him. Then okay,
yeah,
all right,
basically we're Miami Dolphins. We're the Miami Packers reserve
okay,
team this
all
season.
right. But you just made it make sense for me though. You made it make sense for me though. So the O'Sullivan got hired first, and then
Yeah,
Malik and the coach.
Halfley. Yeah,
Okay,
he brought them over. Yeah, that's
all right.
yeah,
You just made it make sense for me. Still don't know
that's
much
it.
about
Anyway, anyway, here's you
who's
guys.
next.
Here's
Who's
you
next,
guys.
bro?
Here's you guys competition. The Jets. So here's these bozos. And shout out to my guy, Coach Glenn. The Jets are like unable to deny that Robert Saleh, his revenge game is going to be week one. And the coaching staff feels like the Heat after a winless first month last year. I feel like maybe the same thing can happen this year. New York gets on the board shortly thereafter, though. So they could possibly go 2-2 first four games. And this includes the win over Vikings. I feel like they could probably beat a team like the Vikings. But with that being said, man, it's going to be a lot of struggles with them as well. I don't trust Eugene as the quarterback. As my man Jay Will once said, this team can go to hell. And I mean this professionally as well. So here, Adrian, this is you guys' competition. The Jets will go 2-15. I'm done.
Wow.
I love Coach Glenn, brother. I know you and I talked about him, Ragu, but I
Yeah, but
just don't see
he's
anything
getting fired.
here.
He's getting fired if they go
And
to.
I
If they
hate
go
to
to
say that. I
Yeah,
hate to say that, brother, but yeah, I don't believe in him, man. I just don't.
All right, let me jump in after my little big bro right here. I d- so I'm kind of not being pro. I ain't gonna lie
Yeah,
because
bro.
I don't
There's
want
let's be
Coach
honest.
Glenn.
There's nothing professional about the Jets. So,
I don't want Coach Glenn to get fired, bro.
mhm,
I don't feel like he got a fair chance.
right. I feel you.
Right, the QB situation. Every coach
Yes.
deserves to have the proper QB situation that he chooses. But then if that don't work out, now you're out of here, right? This is
Yep.
why McDermott is fired, right? This is why a couple guys are on the hot seat, so to say, the QB. But this coach hasn't really gotten a QB. He just got some retreads. Not no disrespect to my guy Fields, but nobody thought Fields was a top quarterback. Nobody in the league thought that.
No.
So the defense is still tough, bro. They still got good, solid guys on defense. When they in the draft, didn't they get the? I think that guy was the top edge guy, if I'm not mistaken. David Bailey, right? Cool.
Yeah, he
They
was.
got the top edge guy. The tight end was also a good player. The little corner from Indiana, they drafted him as well. The guy that got a pick on the first play of the game in the championship. So, the defense is solid. Also, Daryl Jackson from Florida State, another defensive lineman that I scouted in the draft. He's gonna be a good player in the league. They drafted him. They had a great draft, I feel.
Yeah.
Omar Cooper Jr. That's on offense, though. They got him too. Now, but they got Eugene, man. Eugene is the quarterback. Eugene is going to give the other team the ball. Period. You can't wish it don't happen and then it don't happen. You gotta just when a guy shows you who he is, you just gotta believe him, right? Gino's gonna turn the ball over. That's gonna cause the Jets, who are not that good on offense already, but do have, I think, an excellent defense, and I think well coached on defense. And I'm torn because here's the thing with them, and I know I'm going long. Pause. But I want them to win 8, 9, 10 games. But when I look at other teams' schedules, when I'm counting up their victories, the Jets is always one of them. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, how am I going to reconcile that? Yeah, man. I don't want Aaron to get fired. So I think if he can manage to win 9 games, I know I'm tripping. I know, man. They laughing at me and shit. So look, man. I don't want the man to lose his job, bro. But I think anything under, let's just say 8 and 9, and then lose a couple tough ones. So 8 and 9, no 7 and 10, and they're gonna lose some really tough ones there. And those guys, the owners of that team, which is not really haven't proven to be good owners, but they'll say, yeah, we can bring them back and try to get a quarterback in this loaded draft class. 7 and 10, my boy can barely hang on to his job.
Okay, well, I think that was a lot.
That was a struggle for my guy right there, man.
It was.
Look, man, I'll just say this. I think
my life.
I think the Jets have had defenses in the past where it's like, okay, I think even a few years ago they had a real solid defense and they actually looked good for a year. But my main concern is just with the offense, and because of that, with the second pick in the 2027 NFL draft, the New York Jets select Darren Minshew, Miami University. Because I'm sorry, Gino at quarterback in 2026. What are we doing? I mean, I understand it's just like a whatever type move. But when I saw that, I just could not help to feel like, and once again, I like Aaron Glenn. He seems like a good guy, but he just seems like another one of the Jets' pawn. A coach that they're just trying to throw away every 2 years to try to hopefully find the actual coach that they want when they have an actual roster. And I hate that for him, but I feel like that's what the Jets' job has been probably since Bill Parcells. Honestly, like Bill Parcells is like the last real coach outside of maybe Todd Moore, but he did have that one good year in New York. But that's like the last coach really, when you go back in history and be like, hey, this Jets coach actually had some good years. And then you look at the rest of the rosters and the rest of the coaches, and it's like, man, like don't get me wrong, the records are bad. But when you look at those rosters, it shows why these coaches did not have success. A lot of these guys were young and they did not turn out the way to be. Now, I do think the Jets, I hope, are going in the direction. I mean, they did draft a tight end, even though I think he did go out a little high. You know, they have David Bailey. I'm hoping he can be good, but he's more of like a boomer bust type product for me personally. I just got to see how he translates his style of play from college to the NFL. But once again, I just don't like how that team is constructed for me to be like, hey, this team can maybe see to win a few games. I think this team is like a 3-14 team. Maybe bench Geno. I don't know who the backup is, but you can't have Geno as a starting quarterback for all 17 games, man. Like, what are we doing?
They drafted Cade Klubnik from Clemson.
Oh, brother. Okay. That's even worse. Okay.
Right.
Oh shit, that was funny. He said, "Oh, brother."
A Dabo swinging product in the year 2026.
Yeah,
But
so
yeah,
that's the QB room. Cade Klubnik and Eugene Cyril Smith.
never trusted a man named Eugene.
Shout out
No,
to
that's
Flex.
yeah. I was about to say
Unless it's
Flex. Yeah,
Hilton.
come on, yeah, Flex is yeah,
Shout out to all the EJ.
yeah.
Uh, yeah, man. Cade Klubnik, to answer your question there, J. Will.
My quick take on the New York Jets. Geno Smith, the Jets drafted Geno Smith back in 2013, and he wasn't good with them back then. Why would you go back? You should never go back to your ex.
I ain't gonna lie, Coop, I like this quote even more. I ain't gonna lie to you. I think that's the
Like,
quote of the
I don't know
show.
what the Jets. I
That
don't
was a
know what
bar.
the Jets are thinking, but like you guys said, I don't trust Geno Smith.
The Jets are
He's a
loving
turnover
Sam
machine.
Darnold
He
right
throws
now.
too many interceptions. Last two seasons with Jets, the Raiders last year, and the Seahawks the year previously, he's thrown for 32 interceptions over the last two seasons. You're not going to win a lot of ball games, um, turning the ball over like that. So I think
Tell me
I
about it,
think
my brother.
the I know the Jets got a they're in a rebuilding similar to Miami Dolphins. They've got a lot of young players coming through, but I just don't trust them with I think they're going to struggle with Geno Smith. He could possibly be benched um, halfway through in the season. I really, really do predict that. So I think they're going to be another frustrating season for the New York Jets. And unfortunately, I'm going to go with 4-13 record.
Yeah.
You guys are
I mean,
so
the only thing
professional,
I think the
man.
only person right
Right.
now that's the happiest in New York is about being a New York Jet has to be Klubnik because he wasn't a high draft pick. But you're in a situation where the quarterback room is so extremely thin, and the starter
Yeah,
probably won't be the starter by year end. That he has an opportunity to take on that quarterback one spot early on in his career, which is kind of rare in that situation. So good for him, I guess. He gets the opportunity. I mean, I can't hate on him for that.
I'm just praying. I'm just praying
He
because
doesn't pray about, but
I
he
need my
wastes his
boy to keep
prayers.
the job. I need my
God
boy
got more important prayers right now, man. I'm sorry.
because he ain't gonna get another chance.
All right. Buffalo Bills, man. Let me start this off.
I knew he wanted to start it off. How did I know? How did I know? Yeah, here we go.
Josh Allen, people.
One of his favorite players, ladies and gentlemen.
He doesn't have to prove he's elite anymore, ladies and gentlemen. He has to prove that Buffalo can finish the job. Close only counts when the clock hits zero, people. New coach Joe Brady makes an immediate impression in his first opportunity as head coach. We all see that. We all reading that. But guiding the Bills through this challenging schedule is going to be rough. You got DJ Moore, I get it. The former MVP, whatever you want to call him. They calling him the best right now. I have no faith in this guy whatsoever. The Bills are going to take a huge dip, pause. You can pause that if you want to. This may be a hot take. Bills don't make playoffs. They're gonna go 9-8.
Wow.
Wow.
Ooh, no playoffs too. In the
No
AFC.
playoffs, people. The window for the
Um,
Bills is closed.
so I'm gonna go ahead. Pause. Yeah, they're gonna come back to earth a little bit. But first, I just want to ask the panel something real quick
Yes, sir.
because this is something that seems like people will not talk about. Did Josh Allen get his coach fired?
hmm You said, did
That's
he get his coach fired?
Yeah,
Yes, of course. Yes.
right. You throw 4 picks in the playoffs, coach gets
Yeah.
fired.
hmm
Uh, but nobody's saying that shit. Nobody's giving
No.
this dude any type of
Yeah.
you got your coach fired energy. You feel me? They still talking about him. Like matter of fact, I heard he's the best quarterback in the league the other day. They say,
Yeah.
well, the best quarterbacks in the league don't get the coach fired, bro.
No, they don't.
I'm just, I mean, let's cut the fucking shit. Excuse me, the language, but let's cut the shenanigans, bro.
Yeah.
Let's
For
cut the
real.
shenanigans. And I'm sure Jwilliii has some type of analogy for this, but how in the heck can you be elite, top this, top that, MVP, and the coach got ran? Okay, in Baltimore, Harbaugh was on his way out when Lamar arrived. Right, one more year and Harbaugh was done anyway. So you can say Lamar saved his job for the years that he was able to stay there. So you be like, oh, Lamar got his coach fired. Nah, bro. These guys remember what I said about the quarterback thing at first with the coach, right?
Yep.
McDermott and Allen. This was his guy. So when McDermott's at home watching and you're still playing, now the O'Core is the offensive is the head coach now. I think they're gonna take a step back too, Coop. I don't think they'll be as good. They lost some other guys too. They lost Teron Johnson. He plays for the Raiders now. He started nickel for them, one of the better tackling DBs in the whole league. They lost the linebacker coach Al Holcomb. He actually went to the
Yeah.
Raiders too. This is a guy that's got a lot of experience and years coached and skins on the wall in the game in the linebacking field in the defensive area. Period. So they lost a lot more than people know,
Yeah.
and I just feel like, bro, you can't help but take a step back with all of that change. Plus, Jets are getting better, like I just said. Patriots went to the Super Bowl last year, and the Dolphins are a team that is like a wild card that you really don't want to play. So with all that said, I don't know what I had said on All Grind. I forgot. But I'm going to say with these guys, 10-7. They still going to win the East. And they're going to go to the playoffs.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna say this. I think Josh Allen, since we're already talking about him, he's the J. Cole of the NFL.
There we go.
Where
I knew we had
where we
something.
know where we know that nobody's going to sit here and say that Josh Allen is not a great quarterback. Nobody's going to sit here and say J. Cole is not a great rapper. But when it's time to go face up to the other goats, what do? Josh Allen could not get past Mahomes. He never
I knew he
could.
had something for
And then
us.
you
I
got
knew it.
guys that,
Me
and
too.
you know,
Me
you
too,
can,
Red
and
Bull. I
then you
knew
have
it. I
other
knew it.
quarterbacks. You have other quarterbacks like Jalen Hurts going to the Super Bowl, winning the Super Bowl. We have guys like Joe Burrow. Even though he didn't make it to the Super Bowl, he had a piss poor old line and still got them there. So as of right now, just like J. Cole, I don't want any more Josh Allen excuses. It's time to just say that J. Cole is or Josh Allen. He's just a great quarterback, but he isn't the best. I cannot call a person the best when they get on that stage. They can't beat the other team to go prove that. I don't want to hear the overtime rules. I don't want to hear that. I'm so sick of Bills fans saying that. But at the same time, we do know how much these guys go into the crowd. I still think Josh Allen, once again, I'll say is a great quarterback, but I will never call him the greatest quarterback until he proves to me that he is the greatest quarterback currently. He
Right.
has an opportunity this year to get it, but when has he not had an opportunity to get that crown? With that
Facts.
being said, I do like Joe Brady. Honestly, outside of any Ole Miss or Colts coach, he's probably has been my favorite in general coach probably since like 2018 when he was still with LSU and he was offensive coordinator there. And then he went to Baylor and then he bounced his way into the NFL. I like Joe Brady. I'm a Joe Brady guy. But I think he's not, when it comes to wins and losses, I don't think it's going to be any different from Sean McDermott. I wouldn't be surprised if it's even slightly worse, honestly. But with that being said, I think this Bill team is like a 11-6, and I'm not caring for this team in the postseason.
No.
It's just like
My quick take on the Buffalo Bills, I think they'll retake the AFC East division title away from the Patriots. I believe that they still have, you know, I think you guys are being a bit harsh on the Bills. Like I know Josh Allen, he's good in the regular season, but in the playoffs he sort of shits himself a bit. Sorry for my language.
Yeah.
But I just think the main. I don't have the issue with the Buffalo Bills offense is always going to score a lot of points. They got James Cook, great running back. I think he was a rushing leader last season. They brought in DJ Moore, good wide receiver. They got Shakir, Coleman. So they're pretty stacked on offense. I'm worried about their defense. I think their defense lets them down as much as Josh Allen does sometimes. They lost Matt Milano, experienced linebacker. They also lost Joey Bosa, defensive end. But they brought in a good replacement for Joey Bosa in Bradley Chubb from the Dolphins. I
Didn't realize that.
was devastated that he left us to go to the Bills, but I know why. But I think that's a good recruitment for the Buffalo Bills. But if they can tighten up on defense, I think they can win the AFC. They can reclaim the AFC East division once again. I've got them going 12-5, and they're in a new stadium as well. I don't know how much that would affect them. They've left Highmark Stadium, and they're in a new stadium now. So that'll be interesting to see them play in their new stadium. But I think they'll have a bounce back season this year. The Buffalo Bills.
And I will say too, before anybody calls me a Josh Allen hater, Josh Allen, even though he's never been the current best quarterback, he still had that MVP year. But also, even though J. Cole, he never was looked at as the best current rapper, he still dropped 2014 Forest Hill Drive. So I mean, take what you want out of that.
I'm disrespected that you compared him to J. Cole. But I'm gonna say this about Josh Allen. We can move on. We all know the Bills. They have an MVP caliber quarterback for years. But at some point, being close doesn't matter. The AFC runs through elite QBs, and Buffalo has to prove it and get over the hump. AFC Championship game appearance is a goal. If Josh Allen retires ringless, nobody will remember how many MVP conversations he was in. Who cares?
Man, you cooked it today, boy.
I'm my fault, man. I just had to, listen. No, I'm done with that.
That's true. That shit is it's
Yeah.
all true what you said. Nobody will, the
nobody's gonna
Buffalo
remember that.
Bills fans will remember, but won't nobody else
Yeah,
remember
we ain't gonna
or
remember that shit.
care
Exactly.
about that. So yeah, Josh. I do think of note they did draft T.J. Parker, one of the top edge rushers.
I
In the
forgot
draft.
about him though.
Yeah, but Adrian let us know so professionally. I appreciate it that they got Bradley Chubb. I didn't even realize that, and then they got T.J. Parker. So I think they got better actually.
Yeah, the linebacker unit definitely got better.
With trading those two guys out for Bosa, in my opinion. But yeah, I thought that was worth note, and I definitely don't want to spend too much time on these guys.
Yes, sir. All right, Patriots people, what we got? I'll
Okay.
start.
Oh, I was going to say, all right, I'll go ahead,
The
Popcorn.
A challenging schedule creates some uncertain moments for these guys as usual. The reigning AFC champs, Super Bowl. They went to the Super Bowl, but did the line? Are you guys still worried about the offensive line? Second half win. I think they can get some good second half of the year wins. The Patriots. I like Drake May, but the offensive line still bothers me. AJ Brown, Romeo Dobbs are a good addition. The defense is still the same. I think they got better on defense. Got shout out to Gonzo. It's gonna be rough for the Patriots though, but they'll win the division with 10-7.
7.
10-7.
I'll just keep this one short and sweet. I'm not a Patriots fan. I don't like speaking highly on them.
I feel
I think Mike Vrabel is a fantastic coach. The fact to me that he got them to the Super Bowl last year is astounding. Drake May is the future. I don't want to admit that because he's a Patriot, but he is the future. But really, the question mark really is just how much is that offensive line going to build? I mean, once again, like you said, the offensive line is a bit shaky. Josiah, he didn't tell me how much he hates Will Campbell. I don't even think he's really the main issue on that team. I think he just played how I would expect a rookie to play in the playoffs, quite honestly. I still like his upside, but that entire offensive line, it needs some buffering, if you get me. I think they did a great job of going out and getting AJ Brown. That's cool. With that being said, I'm going to give them a 12-5. I think they definitely won the division this year. And I would not be surprised if they make it to like the AFC Championship. Definitely would be surprised if they make it to the Super Bowl. Though.
yeah.
My take on the Patriots, I think the turnaround, like the season before last season, they were 4-13, and when they got Mike Vrabel in, who I rate as a coach. He did a decent job at the Tennessee Titans, where he used to coach. I think he's done a great job in turning that franchise around. Great coach, leader of men, and made the defense just it's all down to him. And Drake May improved in his second season as a quarterback. They've got AJ Brown now. I think that's an upgrade on Stephen Diggs in my opinion. And yeah, I think they're going to have another decent year. I don't think like their schedule was a bit easy last year. They got a harder schedule this season, but I still think they'll make the playoffs. I still think they'll have a solid season. I'm going to go 10-7 for the Patriots.
The Ragu freeze again?
Can't tell if he
Yeah.
froze or he walked out of the
Okay.
plane.
Oh, I think he walked out of the. I was gonna say that's second time in a row. Remember he froze last year.
I don't blame him. I won't want to talk about the Patriots either.
Oh
I'm glad
no,
Trey not here right now. I don't need him.
bruh. Yeah,
Look, as long as Mike Vrabel can worry about what's going on the field and not,
yeah.
if you know what I'm trying to say, not necessarily like, NFL reports, they should be fine. Because, even though that situation did happen, you just kind of never know what business is because it's like, they fired old boy from Boston for doing the same thing
Right.
a couple of years ago. So I was kind of shaky for him, but he still got his job. Can't fire
There
nobody
you
go
go.
from the Super Bowl.
There go my guy.
Yeah. So, you guys hear me?
Yep,
Yeah,
we
we
got you.
The Patriots. I keep forgetting that they added AJ Brown, and I want to say that they're not going to be as good as
Oh
last
shit.
year, but the quarterback was a MVP candidate for most of the season last year.
Mhm.
Also, the addition of AJ Brown, 5 straight 1,000-yard seasons. Say what you want to say about the guy, but he has production. He's played in Philadelphia, so the weather is not going to be a problem. The young running backs are 1 year better. Drake May is 1 year better. Vrabel, although he went through a little bit of controversy, which I think is kind of ultimately going to be a problem for him. He knows this team 1 year better. You know what I'm saying? He was first year coach last year, so now he's coming back after going to championship. A lot of things went right for them. The ball bounced their way a lot last year, but you can't discredit May. Right? You can't. Even though, I guess I'm talking to myself because I'm the one that's trying to make it seem like he wasn't an MVP candidate, and he was. And the dude is, pause, a big guy, huge arm, pause, athletic, can run. So why would I say that he's not going to be even better? So I can't diss New England, even though I want to. I say they're gonna go 10-7 and tie the Bills for the division. It's gonna come down to some type of whatever the tiebreaker is or whatever. 10-7 though, but not a bunch of wins, 12, 13 wins, but they're gonna win games, man, again, and challenge for the division and go to the playoffs. I would say. Don't forget about Gonzo.
NFC North.
Oh wow! Okay.
We'll start with Detroit. Who wants to start?
Let me start. These guys are loaded.
Yeah.
Another coach on the hot seat. We're going to put the metal chair, out in the sun at peak sunlight, and we're going to have Mr. Campbell sit in it, bro, because the seat is just that hot. I hope you got on some thick jean shorts or something, my guy, because the seat is hot, and rightfully so. How long, Coop?
Yeah.
Rest of the panel, how long are we gonna say, oh man, this guy's a great coach, what he's done in Detroit is
right. Yeah.
Cool. If you guys mess with our channel, please do. I hope you do. Please like, share, subscribe. Also, me and Coop have a show on there where we talked about all of the top positions rated by GM, scouts, and coaches, and us in the top 10. And we discovered Detroit is loaded. They have somebody in every group.
Yes, they do.
No lie. So why haven't they been to the bowl?
Right.
Mr. Campbell? Right? They give this guy a lot of passes for whatever reason. All right, yeah, you lost your coordinator last year. Ben didn't want to stick around and try to win a championship, and I understand now he's in the division, which is trying to stop you from winning the championship, which I think is going to be a problem for you, too. So with all of that, they're still loaded, bro. But the other two teams are better, I think. 9-8. 9-8, man. Yeah.
Do you think he gets fired if he goes 9-8?
Yeah, Jwilliii, I do.
So I think this is Jwilliii. I know you cooked earlier, but I'm gonna show you who the real chef is right now. Not taking a bye week on the other side of the Lions' trip to Germany is going to ultimately prove it's going to cost them. So a 3-game mid-season losing streak is going to leave little room for error. And I'm talking to like the last 4 weeks, people. They have NFC North opponents. But however, hear me out, panel. Hear me out, panel. And world, whoever I'm talking to, whoever tunes in to listen to this. Detroit is no longer the feel-good story. They're expected to contend. like my guy Raider Ragu said, they have weapons. Expectations change. When you've proven you can win, eventually becomes a debt that has to be paid. Am I right? For example, Aiden Hutchinson, people, he has become one of the faces of Detroit's defense. The next step is turning elite production into playoff dominance, right? Regular season sacks get paid, playoff sacks get remembered. Always remember that, people. And this is coming from a lineman. Also, Mr. Golf, Detroit doesn't need another good year from you. They need to end with the Lombardi Trophy. Good story becomes great with championships, my guy. So, with that being said, Detroit, I have you going 11-6, winning the division.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this. I think I can outdo you. I don't know why. If I could describe the Detroit Lions to me, they would be Louisiana Jambalaya.
Oh,
Why?
God.
Because of like what Raider Ragu said. They have a lot of good key components.
Yeah.
But can I be honest with you, Pooh? I
Yeah,
don't
talk to
like jambalaya. And I'm not certain on this Lions team this year. Only because, once again, Campbell, look, I like you as a person, but you are kind of on the hot seat. The only reason why I can't say your seat is explodingly hot right now is because, quite frankly, because you're the first Lions coach in some time to put together a decent string of seasons.
yeah.
I don't know if their front office is one of those where it's like, you know what, guys been winning so
That's
long,
why
we ain't
he's been
done nothing.
getting a pass, Jay Will. That's why he's been
Exactly.
getting a pass. Yeah.
And
Yeah,
my
you're
thing
right.
is that as long as he's giving them wins, and it doesn't have to be even like a crazy number of wins, they're gonna look at it as like, you know what? At least he's winning something. Let's just keep him around. There's no point in trying to mix things up instead of being like, okay, hey, we see that we have a contending team right now. Let's go get a coach that we feel like can take us over the top.
Yeah.
That's really all it boils down to. How serious is this Detroit Lions front office and team is when it comes to actually chasing that ring? Are we trying to go get it in the next couple of years, or are we just okay with being just good and not great? That's the main thing
Yeah.
about it. But like I said,
There you go.
I also said jambalaya because honestly, when you think of Louisiana food, the first thing you think of is not jambalaya. I'm thinking about gumbo, and that's how I feel about other teams in this division. The Detroit Lions, they are not the gumbo. They're just a jambalaya. They're good, but that's not my first option. Just gonna be honest with you.
So what's the number? Like what's
I think that this team is a 10-17. If I'm 10-7, may be good enough for him to stick around.
I think it will be, but 9-8 won't be.
I agree. If they miss the playoffs completely, I'd be shocked if he comes back next year. There's no way you don't make the playoffs with that roster. I don't care even if you get the wild card. Just so happens to be a team with a better record than you. You got to make postseason.
I agree with you, Marvin. I think they're going to win the NFC North this season. I think remember a couple of seasons ago they went 15-2, and they still got a lot of those same players on the roster. Like you guys said, they're loaded, especially on offense. They got Jamison. They got Williams at wide receiver. They got Saint Brown at wide receiver. They got two good running backs in Gibbs, and they brought in Pacheco from the Chiefs. So they're loaded. Jared Goff's got plenty of options at his disposals. The defense is led by Aiden Hutchinson, who is a sack machine on defense. So they're loaded on offense and defense. And yeah, Dan Campbell is definitely on the hot seat this season because he must deliver. He must win the division and have a deep run in the playoffs. So I've got the Detroit Lions winning the division at 13-4 record.
okay?
Mm.
Do you think they're a contender, Adrian?
What
Uh,
what you say,
I,
Jay Will?
I was asking, does he think they're like a contender? Like, would he be shocked if they're playing for a Super Bowl?
That question's to
He
you,
said,
Adrian. He's talking to you.
Sorry, Jay Will.
No, you good. I was wondering, would you consider them like a Super Bowl contender? Or do you think this team can
I
make a
think they
Super
can
Bowl?
definitely. I think they can definitely at least make the NFC Championship game. I think that's a. I think that's a. I think that's definitely a realistic goal for the Lions this season. I know they had a disappointing season last season, but with that roster, they should at least be challenging for it, the NFC Championship game.
Uh,
Targeting, yeah.
I'm gonna cook this whole division. Let's start with the Packers again. Um, the Packers are caught off guard by Kyler Murray and the new look Vikings. I feel like they're worried about the Vikings stepping up now and being better than practically better than them. They're going to start the season without Micah Parsons, and it's going to end up hurting their quest for a fourth straight playoff appearance. However, though, Jordan Love is getting paid like a franchise quarterback. Ragu, I know we don't talk about money like that, bro, but I got to say this, bro. The development phase is over, man. The goal is to win the NFC North. The contract stays. It says franchise quarterback, right? But now he has to have put them wins behind it. Am I correct? Good isn't good enough no more for Green Bay.
I can say you're correct.
You're following Favre and Rodgers, which means championships, right? That's the expectation, not playoff appearances. History doesn't care who came before you; it cares what you did. So Jordan Love, you have to step up, my brother. That's all I'm gonna say. But with that being said, 10-7.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable, honestly. Jordan Love is another one of those guys where it's like, okay, we think you're good, but we're waiting for good to turn into better, greater.
Right.
We want to see that leap. And it's to the point where it's like, okay, we think you're just a good quarterback, but you don't think you're gonna take us to the highlights. And I feel like saying that
Yeah.
if I was a Packers fan, I would not like that because like you said, you're coming off of Aaron Rodgers and Brett Favre. So the
Right.
expectations are already high. Don't forget it, like this is the same quarterback who was drafted surprisingly in the first round out of Utah State. And
Yeah.
that pick in general did not go well with a lot of Packers fans. So you already, I feel like you have that expectation that you have to meet.
Yeah.
I think the Packers, like you said about Michael Parsons, that team was so different last year when he was out the game. Like I've never seen a defense look so different when they take out their defensive star. I feel like that's really the main way I can tell like what guys on defense, how much they truly matter to the team. Take them off, sit them out for a couple games and watch how your defense plays without them. That defense did not look the same at all. So I think Micah not playing most of the season hurts. But once again, there is no timeline on when he is supposed to return, as far as I know. And that, once again, I don't want this to be one of those things where it's like we keep pushing the date later and later and later because that's going to tell me how I feel about this Packers team in the entire year. So with that being said, my record kind of just depends on when Michael Parsons can come back. Right now, I got them sitting at 10-7. If he can come back a little bit earlier, then I may push it for an extra one. But in my mind, I'm thinking 10-7 wild card exit type team.
And he's the he Mike LaFleur get fired if that happens. So
Agreed.
that brings me right on into the Packer conversation. I agree, Jay Will. The difference in that defense when number one is on the field versus not is it needs to be studied. And I know he's a tremendous player, man. Uh, I think he showed his value when he's not on the field for them. But I don't know if this was the gumbo team that you were talking about. But for me, in this division, they have ingredients for the gumbo, brother. One of my favorite players in the league, Josh Jacobs, even though I think he has a suspension coming. We're not gonna get all into his personal business. Um, and then like my brother Coop was saying, Jay Love. It's it's really past time. If we keeping it 1,000, but it's 100% time right now, my guy, J Love. You have to lead this team on a deep playoff run, pause. And I mean anything short of going to the bowl itself or a shootout in the NFC Championship is a failure for this Green Bay team. Matthew Golden, you were not drafted to put up uh, 29, 361, and no touchdowns. That I can tell you right now that's not why they brought you to town. You have to step up. You have to become like a main guy for Jordan Love, a main option, right? So he can step his game up. He needs you to step your game up. They drafted decently. I like Cisse at the corner, right? They're going to be able to cover some guys. They got the D tackle. They got Danny Dennis Sutton, another edge. Edge rusher was loaded again in this draft. Penn State guy. He's a perfect Green Bay guy. So there's no excuses, man. I know they're going to be without Josh for a while or whatever, but you got to get through that. They lost a few pieces on defense, but, hey, everybody goes through salary cap things where, stuff happens. So all of that to say, Green Bay, you have to – this is it. This is the Detroit's and shit get off the pop mode. Dan Campbell as a coach is, and unfortunately, so is Mike LaFleur, or he should be. He should be. I know they don't fire coaches like that in Green Bay, but how long are you gonna sit on this team with this talent, especially with Micah Parsons on the team in his prime, and not get further and play better than they have been playing? So, with all that said, this year they put it together. 11-6, division winner.
Ooh. Interesting. I slightly disagree with you guys with the Packers. I think that's very similar to the Commanders. I think they got a pretty average roster. If Josh Jacobs is missing at running back, that's going to be a big loss. I don't know who the other running back is, but if he's out, that's a massive loss because he carries the load there at the at Green Bay. Jordan Love for me is a good quarterback when he's healthy, but I think he's a bit injury prone as well. He struggles to stay healthy for most of the season. So, and like you said, if Micah Parsons is the only real big player they got, in my opinion, on defense, and if he's not on the field or injured, they struggle massively without him. So, I just think it's going to be an average year for the Packers. I'm going 8-9 for them.
Minnesota Vikings. I'll start again. I'll start again. Kyler Murray. I feel like his arrival will help Minnesota get off to a hot start. As it was often in Arizona, he has two great receivers. He has a good offense now. I think they could stop with the J.J. McCarthy talks. I feel like the Vikings will gain some winnable games, if that makes sense, y'all. I definitely feel like they could step it up a notch. My man Jettis, like he's already proven he could be one of the greatest receivers of this generation. Now he needs playoff moments, and I think he knows this now. He has great in-season moments now. He's looking for playoff moments to match like the highlights, the stats, to fill the record books. I don't think he'll get rings on his resume, but now he needs playoff appearances. So I think the Minnesota Vikings is going to surprise some people. They'll make a wild card. It's going to be a tough division for them. I have the Minnesota Vikings going 10-7, yo.
I'm gonna just be honest with you. I was talking earlier, and I was saying that the Lions like the jambalaya. I feel like to me the Vikings are like the hush puppies. I hate hush puppies. I don't like this. I don't really like
This
this team.
dude here, man.
I'm sorry, man, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I never had faith in JJ McCartney anyway, so the fact that they kind of realized that sooner rather than later is kind of cool with me, I guess. But I don't think Kyler Murray is just gonna be the answer to the problems that they face. I think the roster is okay, but to me, when I look at that division and I kind of tinker at their schedule, I'm just not the biggest fan of this team. I think this team is like an 8 and 9 team where it's like they'll still be a decent team to kind of hang in there, but I just don't. I don't see the hype in this team. I feel like they're kind of wasting Justin Jefferson by not going ahead and giving him an actual quarterback, anyways. But I just don't. Just don't. Same way I hate hush puppies. I'm sorry if that's a hot take because I know you're the shelf, but can't. I'd rather not look at the hush puppies on my plate.
It ain't a hot take. I think you just hungry.
I am hungry. I just got off work.
So, first of all, I think Kevin O'Connell is going to be a unique situation where, and perhaps it speaks to the fact that he probably didn't even want McCarthy, but he looks to be like a guy that's going to draft the wrong QB and live to tell about it. Because they're not. I noticed that the blame is not going towards him for the McCarthy thing, but and let's be honest, guys, they kind of just pushed McCarthy up into the quarterback draft with those other guys that year when they they had all the quarterbacks, but nobody really. I don't think we thought he was anything special, right? They had won the championship, so yeah, of course you're gonna get some looks, bro, but he got overdrafted. Let's be honest.
He's
The kid
Paxton
got
Lynch.
no business being drafted in the first round. And the fact that they have pivoted and gone with Kyler Murray now and named him the starter has really shown that they blew up that whole they blew that whole quarterback situation. They had Sam Darnold and let him go. But I think O'Connell is going to actually live to tell about that, which is crazy. Which tells me maybe he wanted to keep Darnold and the GM wanted to get rid of him. But anyway, um, Minnesota is going to be like that team you don't want to play because of B flow and the defense. But, tough division. And if Green Bay is going to win, somebody's got to lose 7-10 for the Vikings this year for me.
I think the Vikings. I think it's Kyler Murray had to get away from the Cardinals. I think his time was up there. It's good that he has a fresh start. Hopefully, he's not doesn't play. He's over playing Call of Duty. But I actually rate Kyler Murray. I think he's got like potential. I don't think he's an elite quarterback, but I think he's got potential. He's one of the better scrambling quarterbacks. He's got a couple of weapons in Jefferson, and he's got a couple of good wide receivers there. So I think he can really cook there at the Vikings. Also, but what I really like about the strength of the Vikings is their defense. Like Raider Ragu said, Brian Flores is one of the better defensive-minded head coaches in the NFL, and his defenses are pretty tough and physical to play against. So I think they're going to. I don't think they'll make the playoffs. I think they'll be in the wild card hunt, but I think they'll just fall short. I predict them to go 8-9 this season.
All right. The Chicago Bears.
Let me start here. So the pupil outdoes the teacher, the student eclipses the teacher here, and Chicago Bears step in front of the Detroit Lions this season. I watched the Chicago Bears, and one thing you can say about their games, they're not like Eagles games, Adrian. Chicago Bears games are usually very entertaining, bro.
Exciting, yep.
The uh, uh, my man Caleb with the nails painted and all that. Uh, he's must see TV though. You can say whatever you want to say about him, but when the game is on, when the Bears are on right now with this current Bears club, with the coaching staff and with the guys that they've added, they're must see TV. They got a little bit better. Last year, I feel like the game against the Rams was I mean, as far as just watching a football game, it was a great football game to watch. It was riveting, a lot of back and forth. It was cold. Neither team backed down. Um, they added to the roster, I think, the second best safety in the draft, right? Downs was the first, and I think this kid, Dylan Thieneman, was the second best one from Oregon, even though I don't believe in Oregon players, but I think this guy's can't miss.
Wow, crazy straight. I see that
Um, Picked up the center from Iowa. Iowa always has good linemen with Kurt Ferentz. So, I just see Ben Johnson looking in the cupboard, right? Look in the refrigerator. Lincoln Kennedy has this saying about not playing the guys that you have, right? You have to look in the cupboard and look in the refrigerator and see what you got before you go grocery shopping. You understand? You can't just go shopping for stuff. You might have stuff already in the pantry. So the first year, last year, Ben Johnson just was looking in the pantry, checked out the refrigerator, cleaned out the refrigerator, right? Threw some of that stuff away that wasn't no good no more. And now he's starting to add his what he likes to cook. You understand what I'm saying? That's why LaFleur has one more year. Campbell, his year was last year because he knows Campbell better. So now this is the year he's going to overstep Campbell. And then LaFleur, you got one more year because they've been playing against you too. That's the thing when you get traded. I mean, when you get a job in the division that you've been in, right? He's been playing against LaFleur too. So I know you too. So LaFleur's got one more year before these guys are really in the forefront. So I'm gonna say 10-7. The division is gonna be decided when they play against Green Bay, and Green Bay is gonna win the game, and that's gonna be the difference between the North champion. So 11-6 Packers, 10-7 Bears is my take.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be honest, I like what you said. To me, this is the gumbo right here. I think
shut up with that gumbo shit.
I'm sorry, but look, Ben Johnson, he just knows how to win football games. Like I'm sorry, he's been doing this forever. I mean, I don't know what else he really has to do to prove to people that he's a great head coach. I've been saying this forever, and I'm kind of happy that he's doing this in Chicago, a city that really hasn't. I mean, let's just be honest, a city that really has not been profitable in so long that they're moving to Indiana. So I'm basically saying all this to say I like Caleb Williams. I'm hoping that they do not split snaps with Loveland and co-commit this year. Please just make Loveland tight end one. I feel like if you do that, he has a chance to become a top 5, top 10-ish tight end. That's how much I like him. And I didn't really like him in the draft. I'm be straight up honest with you. But he proved to me his rookie year why he can be a reliable tight end for Caleb Williams, excuse me. I just like this team, man. I think this is a 12-5 team. Also, another extremely hot take. I think if the Bears win the division, the rest of the 3 coaches that we've talked about today, I don't think they have a job this year.
Uh-huh.
That may be a hot take, but I think Chicago wins the division. I think
that's not a bad take at all.
I think all those guys are out of here, honestly.
It's not a bad take at all.
Hey man, you might be right about that.
And, we talked about the Vikings, but eventually the head coach becomes the scapegoat for the GM show.
And that would be crazy if he got them all fired. That's basically Ben would be getting all them dudes fired.
That's some Undertaker stuff right there. I'm not gonna hold you.
That is
right.
No, for real though, it is. Adrian, what you got for the Bears?
The Chicago Bears. Caleb. Ben Johnson is a great has done a great job with the Chicago Bears. He's turned them around. Great offensive mind coach. The Bears. Caleb Williams had a great second season. I thought first season, he tried his best, but he struggled. He hang on the ball too much. He's trying to make too much happening. But since Ben Johnson's taken over, he seems a bit more comfortable, releases the ball a bit quicker. What's his nickname? The Iceman?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, and he was just some of the plays. He's got a rocket of an arm, can scramble, he's quick, can throw off his back foot. He's definitely going to be an elite quarterback in the NFL. I believe Caleb Williams. They got a good running game in running back in Swift and is it Monagai?
Something like that.
Good enough, man. Monongai.
Monongai. Yeah, they're a good 1-2 punch. I know they lost their main receiver DJ Moore, but yeah, I just think that the Chicago Bears are going to have another solid season, and I think they're going to score a lot of points this season as well. They've got a stacked offense. I think they're not going to win the division, but I still think they'll make the playoffs at 10-7.
Chicago Bears. The roster has improved. I feel like they maybe got one good piece on the defensive side where they really struggled. But the quarterback now, he has experience. The excuses are disappearing. The goal should be to win two playoff wins. But the hype expires the second the playoffs start. So I'm going to say this. The Bears Super Bowl window is officially open, people. After a promising first campaign under Ben Johnson, Chicago, like my man Raider Review said, has put together groceries in this refrigerator. It's looking beautiful. So Caleb Williams takes another step forward in the year 3. Make this one the most dangerous offenses in football. But I think they'll tie with Detroit 11-6. They'll get a wild card and make a strong playoff run. So, yeah. Okay, I guess we're going to the AFC North. Nobody else has something to say?
About Chicago, there was some thought about DJ Moore quitting on that ball in the playoffs, and then they immediately let him go. So I think we all saw what we saw.
Yeah,
he quit on that ball, man.
He did.
But that's all I want to say.
Still end up getting the job, which is crazy. But whatever.
Of course.
What do I know? All right, AFC North. Let's start with the bottom.
With it.
I mean, I was on the North, but
You're a pro. Such a pro.
The bottom team of the North, is that the Steelers?
Yes, sir. But we're not going to start with the Steelers. We're going to start with the bottom food chain, the Cleveland Browns.
The Browns. I'm only joking.
It's all good. It's all good. Cleveland Browns. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first with the Browns just quickly. Let me get the Cleveland Browns. So, who is the starting? Who's going to be the starting? Is it the starting quarterback? Is it Shadir Saunders, or is it Dylan Gabriel, or is it Watson? Like, that's the big question mark.
You got to ask Cleveland. You got to ask.
We don't even know.
You got to ask the Cleveland fan that.
It's a bit of a mess there at the quarterback there at the moment. You don't know who's going to be the starting quarterback. Also, they got a coach that I've never heard of before, Ton Monken. I've never heard of him before. I tried to do a bit of research about him, and he used to be the offensive coordinator back with the Browns in 2019, and that's about it. So, a lot of question marks with the Browns coming into the season with their quarterback and their head coach. So I think they're going to look. They got a decent. I know they lost Myles Garrett, which was a big loss. He went to the Rams. They brought in the trade. They got Verse from the Jared Verse from the Rams.
Yeah.
So he's a baller. He's definitely a good a linebacker. So and they got Denzel Ward on defense as well. So the Cleveland Browns defense is, at least that's decent. But I think they're going to struggle offensively to score a lot of points. So I think it's going to be another frustrating year for the Browns. I'm going to go 4-13.
Sounds about right. Yeah, you asked about the quarterback. It should be Sanders. And even if it is, that's still a rebuilding transition type of move, right? They have guys, though. Not enough, however. And they traded Miles Garrett. And you should be punished for that. But they don't deserve to get the number one pick to be able to get the franchise Q because they just don't deserve it because they always screw up everything. So they're going to be stuck in purgatory. They're going to win 5 games and just miss out on getting a good enough quarterback again. And yeah, they're stuck in a perpetual rebuild. But I do think at some point they give Sanders the ball and let him play quarterback. I do think that's going to happen this year. 5-12 though for the Browns.
I'm not gonna waste time on this. This is a 5-12 team. It doesn't matter if they start Shador Sanders. Doesn't matter if they start Dylan Gabriel. Doesn't matter if they start Deshaun Combs. It really does not matter to me. This team is just not good. The only thing I like is Jared Verse in the front seven. Other than that, I do not care for this team. I don't like Denzel Boston. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I don't like this team. This is a 5-12. That's really all I got to say. It's the Cleveland Browns, for God's sake. Tyrell do this rant on the Netflix little show. I'm not doing this with the Browns.
Shador Sanders, people. Everybody knows I'm hype on this kid. I'm a fan of this kid. The last name got him attention. Every throw from now on determines whether he becomes a franchise quarterback or just another story. The name opened doors, but your game decides if it stays open. So, like my man Raider Raku said, I agree that he's definitely going to get some playing time this year. I feel like if the right organization is behind him, he'll be a good pro quarterback. I'm not going to renege. I'm gonna still stand behind that. But the Browns aren't going in no good direction here. They're not going in no right or wrong direction. They're stuck where they're at because they don't know what the hell they're doing. Like my man Adrian said, I never heard of this coach. They made him take a goofy ass survey for the damn job. So with that being said, it's gonna be another year or 2 or 3 or 4 before you probably get any results. Uh, they'll probably get some games here and there, but then they'll lose to people like the Jets, Titans, and my guy over there, the Raiders. But this is just another shaky quarterback situation here. Let's be real. So I'm gonna say 3-14. And Jay Will, play it for me. Your third round pick.
Basically, yes. I
Yeah,
mean,
who
let's just
cares?
be honest.
Yeah, who
Like
cares
this last
about the
thing, like
round?
this is the same franchise that chose Hugh Jackson to be their head
Yeah,
coach. This is the same Hugh Jackson, mind you, that just got fired from being Grambling State defensive coordinator last year. Same
yeah.
guy, Grambling State. I want to make sure
And
you hear me that correctly.
you
Same
sell
guy.
it. You sell it. Y'all threw a parade for 016 season. So let's just move forward. Cincinnati Bengals. I guess I'll start. Joe Burrow has proven he can beat anybody. Now he has to prove his body can survive a full season. Availability is a part of greatness, people. Jamar
Um,
Chase. I feel like he's the best receiver. I mean, I'd say Puka was the best last year, but Jamar Chase has proven he's the best. He's the best in the league. Expectations never reset for this guy. Every season without a deep playoff run adds pressure. The crown gets heavier every year you wear it. But the Bengals have made some great improvements on defense. Me and my guy Ray Rego had talked about the defensive line. The Bengals they have to not start off slow in September. I feel like Zach Taylor could be on the hot seat, Rego.
He's
Yeah,
the
no
hottest team in
doubt,
the league.
no
Yeah.
doubt,
He needs to be on the hot seat. I don't know
no
why
doubt
he's
about
not
it.
on the hot seat, but he needs to
He
be on the
is.
hot seat.
I would say that he is. I don't know that I've heard that, but shit.
Right. I'm gonna
Excuse
say
me,
this
please.
also. No, you good. You good. A
He should be.
disappointing mid-season stretch raises more questions about this staff, though. But their off-season defensive improvements, like I just said earlier, allowed them to have a steady ship in these two critical hot streaks. So taking down the Ravens, get twice. I feel like they could take down like teams like the Ravens twice. But we'll get to them later. So with that being said, I'm going to say the Bengals have a 10-7 record.
To me, I think
Yeah,
the real question is how many games am I getting out of Joe Burrow? That's
Yeah,
honestly
I
that's the
agree.
real question. Whenever you
Yeah.
talk about the Bengals team, really the only thing that matters to me is can I have Joe Burrow for a full 17 game stretch? If I
Exactly.
can't, then I don't really want to say this team can win 10 games. I think this team is a Super Bowl 9-8. I think Joe Burrow can definitely raise that for me, depending on how many games he plays. But let's just be honest. I don't know the last time we've seen a completely healthy season out the guy. It always feels like at some point of the year, Joe Burrow is hurt
Yeah.
and he can't do this, and that. I want to say even last year, the year before, he got hurt week one. And it's just
Yeah.
like, we keep trying to praise this Bengals team, the team that's consistently shown us that they're just not good defensively. Shamar Stewart, the guy who they drafted to replace Trey
Trey
Hendrickson, whatever
Hendrickson.
the guy's name is.
Yeah.
Now he's out. Basically, he's going to be out for some time, is what I'm hearing. So once again, this was like the same Bengals team that once again is not really having a present O line. That's relying off of Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase, and actually has nothing going on defense. I feel like this has been the same team for the past 4 to 5 years. Honestly, it's the same old Bengals.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go 9-8.
so I agree with everything you guys said. And the thing about the Bengals, they kind of they kind of like the Cowboys in the fact that they can absolutely explode on offense and beat anyone, but because of the decisions on some of the contracts, and we don't talk about people's money and what they can convince a team to pay them, because more power to you, brother. I'm always on the side of the players with that. But you go 40 million to one receiver and 29 to the other one. So now you have to make decisions like getting rid of Jermaine Pratt last year, which was their best linebacker. To me, as far as tackling, I know they was trading him in and out on passing downs, but I think that was more of a play style with that defensive coordinator that ended up leaving.
Right.
So um, that's going to continue to hurt them. They're going to have to make decisions on defense, bargain uh, shopping on defense because of the decisions that they made on offense to keep guys, which I don't blame
Yeah.
because the quarterback wanted these guys. All right, now that brings me to the QB. Like you guys said, is he going to be around for 17? We have no reason to think he is. Do we? We don't have any reason to think that Burrow's going to make it a whole season.
Right.
And this team, because of that, if he could play 17 games, this team could win 12 games. If he doesn't play but 9 games, this team could only win 6. You know what I'm saying? So I hate picking, predicting wins for this team right here, bro. This is one
Mhm.
of the teams that I do not like saying how many games they're going to win because I'm going to be honest. This is one of those teams where when you talk about playing them, people be like, "Was Burrow there?" You know what I mean? It's like two different
Mhm.
teams.
Yeah.
Like, did you
Right.
beat him with Burrow or did you beat him when he was hurt? Because you
Right.
don't want to play him. So, man, we don't have no reason to say. I don't have no reason to think Burrow is going to make it the whole year. So I'm gonna judge the team accordingly. I'm gonna say 8-9 because Burrow's gonna get hurt and miss 4 or 5 games like he always does.
I agree with you, Raider Ragu, about the Bengals. They're very similar to the Cowboys, especially offensively. Got a good quarterback, elite quarterback, and we all know Joe Burrow is an elite quarterback. Um, got two number one wide receivers in Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. Got a good tight end in Gesicki, and got a good running back in Chase Brown. So they're offensively stacked, and they
They're
can
ready to go. Yeah.
and there've been a lot of shootouts this season. And they probably win a lot of shootouts. If Joe Burrow, that's the big question. If he can stay healthy, for a full 17 games, which is a big if, I think they can win the division. I think they can go 13-4, but that's a big if. And I do agree with you guys. Make up very good point. The coach, the Bengals coach, Zach Taylor.
Mhm.
He's definitely on the hot seat. He's been there since 2019, and besides the Super Bowl run back in 2021 season, what else has he done? That was 4 years ago. So he's definitely on the hot seat for this season if he doesn't win a division and probably one or two playoff games.
Yeah, and I will say, Adrian, that Super Bowl tax is real. We've seen a lot of coaches stick around, mainly because they went to that Super Bowl that one time, and it adds like a little extra years left, you know,
Yeah,
on their tenure with that team. We saw that with old Doug Peterson from the Eagles before they hired old boy. I feel like they did not want to let him go until they finally pulled the plug on him. So it's just one of those things when it comes to going to the Super Bowl with
yeah.
bad coaches.
Yeah.
All right, Baltimore Ravens. All right, the Jesse Minter hire pays off right away. I feel like the Ravens they finally find some consistency on defense to complement Lamar Jackson. Baltimore will be eager to get another shot at the Bengals in the playoffs after losing both regular season matchups, Bengals and Steelers. But however, I have some concerns about my guy here. Two MVPs are legendary, but another early playoff exit will be louder than any regular season highlight. The standard has changed, like I've been saying all show. The MVP gets remembered. The Lombardi Trophy gets immortalized. Am I right, Ragu?
Told no lies.
All I'm saying is Lamar Jackson, he has enough talent around him. The regular season accolades are already there. The next step is postseason success, people. There need to be in the AFC Championship. History doesn't remember playoff excuses. It remember playoff wins. So with that being said, I'll give the Baltimore Ravens 11-6.
This team is such a weird team for me. Because I'm gonna say this. I know you like Mitchell. I understand that. I mean, look at the guy's track record. The last time he was involved really anything offensively was when he played wide receiver at Mount St. Joseph University. That was in 2002. Now, I do think it's positive that he is a younger guy because I think when you coach somebody like Lamar Jackson, you definitely want a younger quarterback at hand. Is my mic okay? Or is that somebody?
You
That's
good?
Ragu. That's
But
not good.
but I do think he does really add defensively. I really wish I would have got Max Crosby because then I'd be saying something completely different. I just don't know if this guy's going to work out with Lamar Jackson because I feel like his play style and the way John Harbaugh ran that offense was so complex under Lamar. I don't know if Mitchell can do the same thing and even do it. If he can, I don't know if he can do it better. But Lamar has improved as a passer. I'll give him that. I just need to see how the system looks offensively for like the first 4 or 5 games to really determine how I feel about this Ravens team. Right now, I'm going to be nice. I'm gonna be nice. I'm gonna say 10-7, but it could definitely get a little bit uglier to like the 7-8 win range. But I think they do make it to the postseason. But this is not an AFC championship type run too, in my opinion.
Man, okay. You make me feel better by saying that, so thank you. You know, thank you.
We gonna run this back in January.
You said what?
We gonna run this back in January.
No, I hope they fail. I hope they fail.
Oh, you have.
So
I'm saying. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I like what you're saying.
everybody's wondering when Henry is gonna finally fall off. And to those people I say, um, don't look for it to be this season. I I, I think he's got another solid season ahead of him. The tie with Barry Sanders, 1,500 yard seasons. This guy's like the that bunny on the Energizer battery
Energizing.
commercial. He just keeps going. Yeah, man. He just keeps going, bro. And it makes them a problem. And then you add Lamar to that, some of the pieces that they got. This team is a contender again. Yeah, if they would have got Max, this would probably be a total different take. I agree with you on that, Jay Will. But still, the roster is still right there. They let Likely get away, which I think is a mistake. I think him and Lamar had chemistry, but when it's time to get paid, right? It's time to get
Son,
paid, and tight end is not a position where you're gonna pay two guys. So they kept Mark Andrews. I like I said on the other show, Hendrickson is a great pass rusher, but a liability against the run. I feel
yeah,
a
he
flat
is.
out liability against the run. Not that he doesn't play the run, of liability from what I've seen, plays I've seen. So they said, oh, Ragu, he was playing hurt last year. Well, you shouldn't have been out there because you call yourself setting the edge. You can't play like you played on some of those plays. So I don't know how much of an improvement that's going to be. But what I can't agree is that time, guys, right, for Lamar. The excuse is, like, I ran out of excuses. He's my favorite player in the league. I run out of excuses for him. This is it, my guy. Uh, AFC Championship, and you know, and it can't be your fault that y'all don't win if you don't win. You know what I'm saying? If he go to AFC Championship, it's got to be some big fumble or the defense gave it up or something. You can't throw a pick or something like that because your legacy is on the line. You've been in the league long enough. Best player in the league, I feel, but it's time to really step up and prove it. Um, Tough division though, because the Steelers are still there, and then you got the Bengals who nobody wants to play, and you never know what's going to happen with them, and you don't know if you're going to play them with Burrow or without. So I'm gonna go 12-5, man. I'm gonna go 12-5.
Do y'all see this shit every goddamn year? Every
I'm gonna
year.
go 12-5 for the Ravens, man.
I thought he was gonna say 9-8.
I know you did. I know you did.
That's my guy. Shout out Raider Records.
I think they're gonna put it all together this year. Shout out to Jesse Mentor and shout out to Derrick Henry, man. I'm glad that. So let me tell you guys, be glad that you got to see this guy ball, man. This is a Hall of Fame career you watching.
Yes, sir.
I think his longevity at running back in this generation when it comes to running back is not talked about enough either. Running backs usually
That's
don't
what me and
last
Coop
so
was saying.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, that's what me and Coop was saying, man. This guy is a great player, bro. One of the great players of all time, I feel like, when it's all said and done.
It makes me want to go back and look at the running backs in his rookie year compared to the running backs he's playing with now, just to see how much the running back position has changed when it comes to players and stuff like that. Like,
You probably
And this
won't
what
find, you won't
this what I
find a
like
rookie.
about him.
You won't find
Go
a
ahead,
rookie.
Coop.
No, I was just gonna say you probably in his draft class you probably won't even see none of them guys anymore. either out the
I would
league.
call
Nobody
him
in the
fast.
league. Huh?
Yeah,
I'm about to say
probably ain't
anybody
nobody
in the
there.
league.
Yeah.
He may be the oldest running back, or longest tenured running back in the league, probably. I don't
But
know if there's
look,
many other guys.
to be such a big physical guy, right? He still breaks long runs, long
Yeah.
touchdown
Yeah.
runs, bro. At this stage in the career, it's tremendous, man.
Yeah. What you got for the Ravens, Adrian?
I think the Ravens. I think it was a breath of fresh air that they got a new coach in Jesse Minter. I think John Harbaugh, similar to Mike Tomlin, I think he overstayed. Uh, I think his time was up there at the Ravens. So Jesse Minter, former defensive coordinator for LA Chargers, uh, I think he's going to improve the Ravens defense a lot this season. He's a good defensive minded coordinator. They got Calais Campbell. I know he's a bit old now, but he can still do a job. Uh, they got Trey Hendrickson from the Bengals. So they got elite defensive linemen and good pass rushers. So they got Cole Hamilton at safety. They also got they got a pretty solid defense. But I think Jesse Minter will if they can fix that, tighten up that defense a bit, because they allowed some big scores last season, the Ravens. If you can tighten up that defense, I think they'll have a good season. Uh, I think they'll have a good season, and I think they'll be in the playoffs this year. I think they'll make the playoffs this season. So I'm going to go. I agree with Raider Ragu. I'm going to go 12-5 for the Ravens. And like I said, Lamar Jackson is very similar to Josh Allen. He puts good regular season numbers up, former MVP, but he sort of falls short on in the playoffs, and that's got to change quickly for Lamar Jackson. He can't keep falling short in the playoffs. So I think this is a make or break season for Lamar Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
I believe you are correct.
Yes, sir. All right. Last but not least, the best in the division, Steeler Nation. I'm gonna let y'all go first.
Uh, the end of an era in the National Football League. Uh, it was talked about a little when it first happened, but I just want to bring it back up now. 19 years in Pittsburgh, I think. Coach Mike Tomlin uh, called it a career. I think. Well, I don't know. He might be back. We might see Mike again coaching somewhere else. But yeah, Tomlin not coaching in Pittsburgh anymore. They turned the reins over to Mike McCarthy, uh, reuniting him with Aaron Rodgers, the guy he won the Super Bowl with. It's been way back now at this point. Uh, with all that said, Steelers brought over some guys, Rico Dowdle, also the receiver uh, uh, from Indy, right? So now
Pittman.
they got some, yeah, Pittman. They got some weapons, right? I feel like Caleb Johnson is his time to make a name for himself in the league. Former running back out of Iowa, a big back, Paul. So with all of that said, man, I feel they got a little like gumbo cooking over in Pittsburgh. However, it's a first year thing. Aaron Rodgers or not, bro, it's a first year program over there. So they're gonna do well, and a lot of this depends on when they play the Bengals. They play Bengals with Burrow, without Burrow, that whole thing. They always go, lock horns with the Ravens and split those games probably. So I think the Steelers are probably gonna sneak out 10 wins and go 10-7, but might miss the playoff.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know what to make of this Steelers team because I really feel like it all comes down to quarterback play to me. I mean, let's be honest. Aaron Rodgers is probably over 40 years old if I had to guess. I'm not sure. You know, he's come back from his trip to Timbuktu and he's found a new way of living to get another year playing quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers. You know, he drunk the what was it called? The Wakan, what's the little drink called? I forgot, but you know what I'm trying to say. I'm kind of done with Aaron Rodgers at this point. I don't like Drew Aller. I was surprised the Steelers even wanted him in the first place. I've always said Will Howard is just like a worse version of Ryan Mallett. Rest in peace. I just don't like that quarterback room at all, and it scares me for this team because I don't want it to be an issue where the quarterback play is so daunting that it screws it up for the rest of the team because there are pieces on this first team, but the quarterback room truly scares me. I don't know what to make of Aaron Rodgers. I know he wasn't just bad last year, but when you age like that and you're still playing football, literally your next year could be the year where you're just so bad, you know, where it's like, okay, we got to give somebody else a chance. I don't know what to make of this team. Right now, I'm going to say 9-8 because I do not think this team will be like a 6-win team, nothing like that. I think this team is still a good team. But once again, when your quarterback room is that alarming, I can't just sit and ignore that. I think, honestly, if they
Okay.
had a Super Bowl quarterback, I think this team is an automatic division winner
That's all right,
playoff, not
too.
even worried about it.
What the hell doing that?
What's wrong?
G.
Uh,
Oh,
but yeah, I think
go ahead.
this team is basically a quarterback away from becoming like a perennial playoff lock, honestly. But they don't have that. I'm gonna go 9-8.
My turn.
Mm-hmm.
The Steelers. I think the Steelers definitely have one of the most experienced and older teams in the NFL. Um, and I think they JJ is it McCarthy, the new head coach?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think that the sorry guys, I just got to get my page for the Steelers. Yeah, um, like Raider Ragu said, they invested well in offense. I think Doddle and Warren's going to be a good running back duo in the NFL this season. They got Pittman, Metcalf, they're two decent wide receivers. So they're pretty good on offense. Defensively, they're very experienced on defense. T.J. Watt is a wrecking ball. Patrick Queen's a great linebacker. Jalen Ramsey's a good experienced cornerback. So very experienced side on both sides of the ball. I think they'll have a similar season like last season. I think they'll go 10-7 uh, once again, and they'll go close on making the playoffs. And it's down to, can Aaron Rodgers had a solid season last year, but if he ups his game a bit, uh, I think they can push for playoff once again and maybe win a playoff game.
I've been hearing so much hate. I love it. I hear that we gonna go 4-12. I heard uh, 4-13, 5-12, 6-11. I heard all of it. And this is not the first rodeo, people. I've been hearing hate all over. I'm hearing that our roster is aging, which I agree it is, but we're getting better. I feel like our organization is falling straight to the ground. But with that being said, people, with that being
Oh,
said,
man.
Here we
Yeah,
go.
with that being said,
Check this guy out.
pause, pause, number 7, loading, coming soon.
Oh, brother.
Oh, my goodness.
I don't give a shit what y'all say. It's my shit. But all right. Let's be professional. Let's be professional. I'm gonna be professional though. I feel like our defense can be top tier. I feel like we have classic players that's led by once again my guy T.J. Watt. Everybody's counting him out again. I feel like he's one of the greatest defenders in football. but his prime does deserve more than wild card exits. He's a generational talent that deserves generational success. And hopefully this year we can get that success with at least a playoff win or two. We have what it takes to get to the promised land. We're going to play some tough football, and it's going to be some scary games. But I have to have faith in my team. I have faith in my Steelers. And with that being said, under McCarthy, I say 12-5. We win a division.
I got a question for you.
Talk to me.
Let let's say the Steelers win 10 games this year, right? As
Mm-hmm.
a fan, are you happy with that for this season? Would you be
That's a
happy?
good question. That's a good question. No, because I feel like the talent we have, the addition that we went aggressive in the offseason, and we drafted very well. So no, I would be very disappointed if we get 10 wins. The schedule says 10, especially that second part of the schedule, but we have what it takes to beat the Eagles and all. We can get teams like the Eagles and stuff like that. I really feel like we can. We got to get back on the Texans. We got to show the AFC. AFC is getting tougher and tougher by the year. We have to show these guys what's up. So 12-5.
The one thing, sorry, the one thing about the AFC North, it is probably one of the most physical divisions in the NFL. It's so
Yeah,
physical. I love watching AFC North divisional games.
I agree. I agree. I agree. All right, West Coast. Ragu, you want to start with the AFC or the NFC?
It don't matter, bro. We might as well go NFC.
I'm not gonna spend too much time on the NFC. 49ers. I feel like a strong offseason upgrades. They like my man Ray Ragu said, it took some convincing. They did have a great draft, but they have some questions with Ricky Pearsall. They did add Mike Evans. They re-signed Debo, which I feel like they fixed the receiver situation. You have a great talent with George Kittle. McCaffrey's gonna do his thing. But they need to emerge as legitimate contenders? They have the talent on their team, So Kyle Shanahan, prayers up to him. I know he had his accident. But I feel like this can be a 10 plus win team. So if the starters are healthy, this may be a hot take. I feel like Purdy could be a top 10 quarterback this season. It's a hot take, I get it, y'all, but I feel like he has to say the system quarterback debate is over. Now the only question is whether Purdy can lead a championship team when everything isn't perfect. Good
Yeah,
quarterbacks need systems. Great ones become the system. And I feel like he can't become the system. He's been there a while. He knows the ins and out of it. Pause. I know you're going to get me on that, right, Goo? With that being said, the 49ers can finish 11-6. Still going to
Honestly,
struggle in that West Division, but 11-6.
honestly, I agree with you. The only thing that makes me scared to call them a Super Bowl contender is that CMC's knees is not.
Yeah,
He really is one, like no joke, one more injury away.
yeah.
Like, that's really what it is. You go Samuels, I do think he's on the downside. So
Yeah.
they did get him back. I don't know what to expect out of him. But George Kittle, another guy who I like. I really think he probably is when he plays as a top, you know, tight end. But he's
Yeah.
also a guy who's had the injury history, and it's just like, how many games can you give me? I think he played most games last year, if not all, if I'm not mistaken. So if I can get another one of those type of years from George Kittle, I like this San Francisco team. I'm gonna agree with you on an 11-6 here, just because that division with the Seahawks and the Rams, they're gonna end up losing a few of those too. So
Yeah. So the Niners
Oh, shout out
made
to
some
Coach
good
Payne.
moves.
My fault.
Niners made some good moves. I think Mike still Mike's going to go over there with something to prove, right? He's going to be a solid target for Brock Purdy. They brought Debo back for a little bit of splash and to take some of that load pause off of McCaffrey. I do agree, JC. Jay Will, that if he gets cracked again, McCaffrey,
Yeah.
that could be a career ender. It could. One of those ones where he's just not the same when he comes back. And but maybe he makes it through a whole year because now he's got Debo to handle some of that
We got
work
Yeah, that's
they
true.
that he's
That's
getting.
true.
Some of those
That's true.
carries.
That's true.
Debo, I say carries, but with Shanahan, Debo is going to get carries. Let's be honest. He's going to get touches at the running back. Basically, it's going to be gadget, but he's still going to get some of that running uh, pause low off of McCaffrey. So I think a little bit better season. They got the linebacker back, right?
Yep.
Salah did leave, but I think so. When Salah left last time, it's kind of when stuff fell apart a little bit. But this time, I think they gonna work all of that out. They lost some. The division's tough, but the other people in the division lost coaches as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
They all lost coaches, so that's even, right? The only thing is, the one coach went in the division to the Cardinals, so the Rams really lost the whole coach thing, right? Because their coach went to the Cardinals. Um, But with all that said, I'm gonna agree with you guys. I was gonna say 10-7, but I think 11-6 for these guys. A decent year, solid year for a good team.
Do we know if Cal's going to be out for an extended period during the regular season?
I haven't heard anything about that.
The coach,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think he good. I think he gonna be all right.
yeah, he'll be all right. Like I said, I haven't heard nothing, but usually they'll, say something.
They didn't get
Seahawks.
no blood alcohol
Still.
level on him, so he good.
All right. Oh, Adrian, you didn't go. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I was just going to say about the 49ers. Just a quick take. I agree with everything about you with the 49ers. I think um, Brock Purdy is definitely an underrated quarterback, and he can definitely become a top 10 quarterback in the league in the future. Um, they got good Mike Evans has come from the Buccaneers, adds great experience, and he's pretty consistent wide receiver.
Yep.
Debo Samuel, Reese, it's good that they kept a hold of him. Um, Christian McCaffrey is, you know, he might be getting on, but he's still one of the best running backs in the league, and they probably got one of the best linebacking groups in the NFL in Greenlaw and Fred Warner. So I think it's a pretty solid team, both sides of the ball. So I think they're going to have a pretty good season, solid season. It's just I would predict them to win more games than 10-7, but they're just such in a hard division with the Rams and Seahawks. So
Well,
so I'm gonna go 10-7. Then they possibly could make the playoffs. They'll be close to making the playoffs this season.
Damn. That's a nice little take. Seahawks. I think this one's gonna be interesting for me. I feel like the Super Bowl hangover is gonna be real, but they're still terrifying. They're still a terrifying team. But as the Rams is building, that's what people say they're buying a Super Bowl. 49ers players are like rolling back through, and the Cardinals are the Cardinals. Once again, the West is a tough division, and they made it necessary as defensive improvement. They still got some heavy hitters over there. They're gonna be fighting for the number one seed as well. But they'll likely get a chance to flip the script and fix up a little bit of those mistakes that they had in like some of them games where they lost close last year. So I'm gonna say the Seahawks will go. They'll tie 11-6 with the 49ers. They'll have a little bit of a fall off.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that's kind of expected. I think losing Kenneth Walker hurts more than they do
Yeah.
realize. Don't get me wrong, I know they drafted the kid out of Notre Dame, but once again, draft prospects, especially him in general, I gotta see it to believe it. But like I said, I like everything else about that team. Even though I think it's going to be a down year, which I feel like even Seattle Seahawks can expect. they're going to be on that Super Bowl high. So I don't really think that they will just immediately care that they're going on that slump because they know they still have a talented team, to be honest with you. So even if they do have this down year, I mean, let's just be honest. It's kind of expected and it's okay. You just won a Super Bowl when I don't think anybody really predicted you to win a Super Bowl in the preseason.
Hell
I think
no, nobody predicted.
so they're okay to me, man. They're okay.
They lying if they say they did. You thought my bad. You done, Jay?
Yeah, I'm not my fault.
Yeah, man. These guys remind me of Detroit the year before last, right? So, only thing is, they went all the way to the mountaintop, though, right? They didn't just go make a playoff run. They went to the Super Bowl and won. But when your whole offensive brain trust leaves and departs elsewhere, good for you. They didn't go to the division like how Detroit did. That's terrible for Detroit that happened. But I mean, let's be honest, man. The brains of the offense is in Vegas now. I said the same thing on the other show. I don't think with the Super Bowl hangover, I just don't think they're gonna have enough in the tank, bro, to make a serious run again. And they're gonna flip flop with the Niners, and they're gonna go 10-7, and the Niners are gonna go 11-6. The offensive guys leaving is going to be too much to overcome, but they still have enough talent and enough good coaching to have a winning record, go 10-7. But the division is just too tough. No playoffs.
Ooh.
Playoffs.
I think the Seattle Seahawks will have a good season, another good season. I think losing Kenneth Walker though is a big loss for them because I know they drafted a running back. I forgot his name in the first round in the draft. So it'd be interesting to see what he's like. And the is it Chardonnay? The other running back.
Charbonnet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's coming. He's coming. I think he's going to be back for the second half part of the season. So it'd be good to get him back. He's a decent running back. Look, Sam Darnold, I'll put my hand up. He proved me wrong last season, and I think a lot of people wrong. Like he was pretty effective. He was pretty solid at quarterback, especially in the playoffs. He didn't turn the ball over once. And when you've got an elite defense, you don't have a quarterback doesn't have to be elite. They just have to be a good game manager. And that's what Sam Darnold was most of the year last year and in the playoffs. So I think Sam Darnold, he's still got JSN, Cooper Kupp. He's still got good options there on offense. But their defense is elite. So up there with the Texans and the Broncos defense. So I think they're gonna have another good season. I'm gonna go pick them at 13-4 record.
The only one I can really say was right about Sam Darnold is my guy right here. Probably the only person I'm giving flowers to about him. And to be honest with you, Radical, you did say Super Bowl. I just don't think you remember that conversation because you was like, Sam gonna get some money and he gonna F around to win the Super Bowl. I don't even think you remember that conversation. And sure enough, damn. Bro, give me some lottery numbers. Just give me some damn lottery numbers and we can call it a day.
I'm not letting Ryu take all the credit for that. I said Sam Darnold.
Nah, stop.
No. Listen, hear me out. Even though I definitely think I was wrong. I said in 2017, whenever he was drafted, that he was going to be one of the better quarterbacks in his class.
But we didn't know you were 17, so it don't count.
Even then, when people were counting him out because he played for the New York Jets and he had the little mono whatever disease, the little kissing disease thing, and then he had his little 10 years elsewhere. People kind of gave up on Sam Darnold, so I was happy to see kind of starting to prove people wrong. Like People don't
And
realize this. He's been in the
definitely,
league for almost 10 years. Like that's a
Yeah,
good quarterback career to me.
yeah, they definitely had given up on him, written him
most
off.
definitely, most definitely.
He wrote back.
Uh, Los Angeles Rams. Rest up to our guy Monster. My uncle JJ. You probably gonna be mad at this take, but I don't give a shit. Father Time is undefeated, people. If the Rams don't make a serious run, this era ends without a storybook finish. Windows don't close, they slam shut. Matthew
Embrace
Stafford
the
isn't
fun.
getting any younger, y'all. Every season is precious when you're built to win now. The Super Bowl, they should get a Super Bowl appearance, right? With the addition that they just made. But the NFL doesn't care how close you were. It only remembers how you who got there. Am I correct? But Kyle Shanahan has Sean McVay's number in 2026. But the Rams make up for their losses by beating the Seahawks twice in the last 3 weeks of the season, right? The big moves, they got some good secondary help. They got Miles Garrett. So we're expecting the Rams to get the number one seed. I'm still not sold. That offensive line is not what it is. I'm scared of that offensive line. They're going to get some games. They have the star power, but I still feel like they need another playmaker over there. I can't depend on Adams and Puka. So I think they need another third playmaker over there to make a strong run. Uncle JJ, I'm sorry, I love you. One of the illest Rams fans I know, but I don't have faith like that. I'm gonna say 11-6.
Wow.
Division winner?
I say 49ers gonna win the division.
Uh, that's a hot take.
It is. But I just
Extremely
don't. They lost a lot of people on that line, Rago. They lost some players on the line.
No, no, I feel you, bro. I
Yeah.
respect it. Respect. They went and got the generational defensive end, right? Let's.
Yep.
We all know how we feel and how we talk about Miles Garrett on these shows.
Yep.
So no need to. He's the man. Uh, I kind of agree, Coop. There's going to be some hiccups, I think, because Tay is going to miss games. Tay is getting older.
Yep.
It's an outside shot that Tay or Stafford could get cracked out there and be done at their age.
Yep.
Um,
And the division that they in too with Bosa, Warner. Then you got some hitters on the Seahawks side, and don't forget Cardinals got some players too. They may be shitty on offense, but they got some hitters on the defensive side too. So
that's
yeah.
my hot take. They're gonna go 12-5. They're gonna win the division. They are gonna probably represent the NFC in the NFC Championship. But at 12-5, two of those losses are gonna be to the Arizona Cardinals.
Ooh.
Um, with their offensive coordinator from last year going down there. They're gonna know how to pick apart that offense. Pause. I just felt like that needed to be paused.
Right.
Uh, they are. They're gonna know how to beat this team. Right? Is one of like it, kind of like
Yeah.
Johnson. It's another thing like Johnson going over to the Bears with Detroit and Green Bay.
Yeah.
So and also the Arizona team knows the other two teams, right? Because they've been calling plays to beat the Seahawks and the Niners as well.
Right.
So Arizona's gonna have some sneaky wins in there, but we talking about the Rams right now, right?
Yeah.
12-5, they're gonna win the division. They're going to the Super Bowl.
I really think, for some reason, sleeping
Also,
on them.
hold on, Jay Will. My bad. I'm sorry, bro. Hold that thought. Another loss is gonna be to the Las Vegas Raiders in Vegas. Go ahead, brother.
I knew. Hell yeah. I knew.
Anyways,
Talk that shit. Talk that shit.
man, let's be honest. We don't have to sit here and like front. I don't even like the Rams. JC, Lord knows ever since you lost to them, I hated the Rams. But that's a whole other story. Remember, but this team is just loaded. Like I don't see any real area of concern. Maybe the offensive line slightly. I know you guys talk about Matthew Stafford and age. The last time I was concerned about Matthew Stafford and his age, he won an MVP that year. So I'm like, can't really, or he was an MVP candidate because he didn't win it. But you know what I'm trying to say. I think he's still great. I don't have any real concern with him. I know the whole he's old, so he may get injured. I gotta see it. But I just like this team so much. I love the defense. I feel like that front seven is nightmarish. I mean, you got a lot of guys, even
Without a doubt.
outside of Miles Garrett, who can make plays. And Miles Garrett's one of those guys where you may have to double team, but when you have guys all around that front seven, and and then you have Chicken and Duffy in the secondary, it's just tough to count this team out. They even have the depth, honestly. It's crazy. I'm gonna give this team. I want to say 15-2, and I would make a hot take and say undefeated if they did not play in that division. I'm just going to be straight up honest with you. That's how I'm going to say 15-2. Best team in the league, definitely win the division, Super Bowl champs. That's how I feel.
Super Bowl champ. Right.
I think we overthinking the Rams first.
My take on the Rams, I'm just going to do quickly. We all know they've probably got one of the best offenses in the league. I know Matty Stafford's getting a year older, but I still think he's one of the best quarterbacks in the league. Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams, two excellent wide receivers. Is Kieran Williams still their running back?
Yeah.
He's still there.
Yeah, he's a good little running back. So, but what let down the Rams, I believe, in the NFC Championship game last season was their defense and special teams. They had a couple of drops on punt return.
Special teams,
and their defense surrendered a lot of points. So, but the inclusion of Trent McDuffie is going to be a big inclusion for the Rams. He's a great cornerback from the Chiefs, and Myles Garrett's going to bring the heat. He had 23. He broke the single season sack record last season, 23 sacks. So, containing him and apparently Aaron Donaldson might be making a comeback. I don't know if that's true or not, how true that is, but if that is,
it's true.
That's a scary combination there. So I think the Rams win the division at 13-4, and they probably go close to winning the Super Bowl, in my opinion.
Arizona Cardinals, y'all.
I'll lead off. I don't want to spend a lot of time, but they got a lot of talented players. They're going to have some big wins, like I said, pause, but 4-13.
The Cardinals are hoping that the arrival of Mike LaFleur can eventually spark a turnaround. But it's not easy to find wins with the schedule, with the quarterback room featuring Jacoby Brissett, Gardner Minshew, Carson Beck. Arizona's rebuild is going to take some time. But here's the thing. Nobody expects a championship. Nobody expects a playoff run. The expectation is simply to prove the rebuild is working. 8 wins should be a minimum, right? Not this year, but maybe in a few years, right? And if you're still talking about the future after 3 years, you don't have one. So I agree with my guy. 4. No. 3-14.
Wow.
3-14.
Yeah, I'm gonna go 4, only because I do think they do have a couple of pieces, but let's be honest, once again, it's the Cardinals. When you have Jacoby Brissett as your quarterback, that basically means that, hey, we just throwing you in there, buddy. We drafting a quarterback next year. That's really been Jacoby Brissett's entire career. I think he's always the guy you would want as a backup, but in reality, we all know that he's just there to hold the spot for the quarterback position next year. He's not going to be the
right.
And I hate it because that means he's going to be somewhere else doing the same thing on another team, and he's just going to continue to do that until his career kind of just dissolves. But
he's going to age out of that shit in a minute.
Yeah, eventually. He's out. He's been in the league since 2012. I want to say. North Carolina State. But once again, I'm not going to waste time. It's the Cardinals, 4-13. like JC said, we're not expecting playoff, we're not expecting Super Bowl. It's okay as long as you can prove that the rebuild is still working. And I think Marvin Harris is decent this year. I need to see a slight leap. We were calling him the best prospect in the generation a couple of years ago. Like I'm waiting to see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just going to keep it quick with the Cardinals. I agree with you guys. I think it's going to be then a major rebuild. It's not good when your quarterbacks, Garden Minshew and Jacob Brissett, they're good backup quarterbacks or bridge quarterbacks, but they shouldn't be your starting quarterbacks heading into a season. So I think they're going to really struggle on offense. They did draft a good running back in Love, probably the best running back out of the draft. But they got a good tight end in McBride. He's one of the I love watching him. One of the best tight ends in the game. So they've got some offensive weapons, but big question marks at quarterback. With the Cardinals, and I think their defense. They don't have a lot of good players on defense either, so they're a bit thin in quality on defense. I think they're going to be on the clock in the next season draft. They're going to go 2-15.
Wow.
All righty.
Yeah, nobody believes in them at all.
The AFC West. I had to say the best for last for my guy. But we're going to start with the bozos of the West, and then I'll let my guy have his moments at the end. We'll start with the Kansas City Chiefs. I think the Chiefs will get off to a slow start with Patrick Mahomes still finding his rhythm after an offseason spent rehabbing that major knee injury. They managed to hit their stride after a wake-up call they had last season. We shown that they're human. But let's keep it real. This is still Patrick Mahomes, people. He's still one of the NFL's best quarterbacks. But the days of carrying the flawed roster to Super Bowls every year are over. Even greatness needs help. Dynasties don't die because the king gets worse, as we saw last year, right? He had an off year. They die because the kingdom does. And I feel like the kingdom around him is gone. Patrick Mahomes, like I said, the year he had last year, one bad year can happen. But if it's, God forbids, if it's two in a row, that's going to change the conversation completely. You have to win the AFC West this year. When you're Patrick Mahomes, competitive is just another word for failure. So with that being said, they have to bounce back. I feel like they can go 11-6.
I feel like the Chiefs are like a pound cake. It's one of those like you can kind of always rely on, but like it's just a pound cake. That's how I feel about this team. This is how I feel about this team this year. It's just the same old Chiefs. I think the only thing
Somebody feed this man.
I think the only thing that's gotten better. I think the running back group. I think bringing in Kenneth Walker is definitely a big addition. Like kind of what Marv said, this team Patrick Mahomes can't carry this team anymore. He's going to need that help, especially the older he gets. I still think this is like an 11-6 caliber team, but it's crazy to say. Like I think the Super Bowl window is kind of like it's like cracked closed. Like you can maybe still open it, but like it's basically like you got like that much room left before that door's like completely shut. That's how I feel about the Chiefs this year. And the only reason why it's not close is because they're not close is because of their quarterback.
That's it.
Only thing Kenneth Walker did is like creak the door open.
Yeah. With these guys, I agree with Coop. They might get off to a slow start because Mahomes is just trying to get himself back going. Is he gonna start off the season?
Yeah, I have no idea. I
believe
think
right.
He's at camp. He's at camp, though. I don't know if he's going to start the season, but he is.
If he's not playing QB at the beginning, then they really in danger of starting slow, and it's tough to recover from the slow starts. Yeah. First 4 games, if they like sitting looking at 0-4 because he's not there, then that's not going to be good. But I doubt that happens. Still got the veteran crew and Spags and Andy. The enemy is back.
Yeah,
They
shout
brought
out
in
prayers up to his wife. Prayers up to his wife too.
I don't know what happened.
We'll talk about camera.
All right. You know, the Walker's back. The running game is going to be there. The play action game. And when you think about Mahomes trying to catch Brady and be like a Brady type guy, you know, sometimes you need inspiration, bro. You need people to be like, oh yeah, he ain't got it no more. He hurt his knee. They not good no more. You know, Kelsey is old. So I seen this kid, dude, the AFC Championship game when they went to Baltimore, right? And they ended up going on and winning that game. The look in this kid's eyes right there when after they say who's going to receive or kick the ball, and then the captain is over there talking to the team like hey, it's time to that's the pump up speech.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, the look in that kid's eyes, bro. He was slobbering and shit at the mouth talking about
Oh,
what they was
yeah.
about to go do. And if you remember, the Ravens was the favorite in that game. And
Yeah.
nah, dude, this kid is a. If you coach football like I have, I'm telling you, this is the dude. If you want a quarterback, this is your guy right here. He will carry teams, Coop. He's not done doing that, Coop. Uh, I think they're going back. I think they're going back. Uh, 12-5. One of them losses. It sounds like a broken record now. I know it sounds like a broken record now, but
This
one of
is
those losses is going to
this
be
is
to the Las Vegas
disgusting.
Raiders.
You
This is
think they go
disgusting.
undefeated the way he's talking right
Disgusting. This is disgusting work as a Raiders fan. But go for it. Go ahead.
It's professional
Yes.
work, is what it is, bro. It's
I
Yeah.
professional
feel you,
work.
but that's still nasty.
About anybody in this division, it's professional work. You'll never catch me talking about the donkeys like that, though.
I agree with you, Raider Ragu. I think the Chief Kingdom is back. I think they're going to reclaim the AFC West. And I tell you why. Kenneth Walker is a big inclusion at running back. He's a workhorse. He can carry. I believe the Chiefs' running game last year really struggled with Hunt and Pacheco, but they actually got an elite running back to help Mahomes. So Mahomes doesn't have to do it all by himself. So that'll take a bit of pressure off his shoulders. They re-signed Travis Kelce. I know he's getting older, but he's still quality. He can still do a good job at tight end. And uh, and defense, they got Nick Bolton, who's one of the best, in my opinion, one of the best linebackers in the NFL. They've still got Chris Jones. So they've still got a stacked roster. And when you combine that with great coaching great coaches in Andy Reid, who's a great offensive mind, and Spags, who's a great defensive uh, coordinator. That's a really good combination. So I think the Chiefs will win the division, and I think they'll go 11-6 on the season. And yeah, I think they. I'm not saying they're going to go back to their Super Bowl days, but I think they'll at least make the playoffs this season.
All right. The Denver Broncos. I'm gonna be honest. Let's just keep it 100 here. Their games last year, not just on paper. If you actually sit back and watch these games, they were in close fights with people they shouldn't have been close fights with.
Yeah, man.
They had a top tier defense. We all know that, but they often struggle. I don't think adding Jalen Waddle is gonna help Bo Nix at all. I'm really hope RJ Harvey, a guy, like I said, if you pay attention over the years, who me and Ragu have talked about, scouted. I feel like he's a good running back, but actually, this right here is not. Donkeys don't make no noise. Hot take: they don't make playoffs. 9-8. They don't do.
Ooh.
They don't do nothing spectacular. They'll have some good close games. PS2 is a generational cornerback, a talented cornerback, but your defense can only hold. You still have to score points, and I don't think the offense can do that.
I don't
So
think
you'll see.
that's a. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jay.
No, go ahead, because you talked about it.
I just don't think that you're going to see probably a lot of these 17-14s, 21-17 type games. They'll get a few. I think the defense can definitely score some touchdowns. I know that. But you're definitely going to see some close games once again, but by the skin of their teeth. I don't think they get it done. 9-8. They're going to struggle.
I mean, that's a tough take. Like I'm hearing you out because when I look at this Browns team, it looks almost exactly
The
the
who?
same.
You said the
I mean
Browns?
Broncos, excuse me.
Oh,
But
Lord.
this Broncos this Broncos team looks exactly the same as last year. So I'm trying to see like where's the difference maker gonna be at this year. I guess Cortland Sutton's back again. I just don't like the offense as much. Like kind of like what you said. Last year, I feel like it was the defense, and it was the defense. This year, to me, it's just like, okay, do I think the Broncos are going to be a good team still? Yes. Do I see Super Bowl? Not really. I'm gonna just be frankly honest with you. But I do think their defense is still going to be good enough to where they do still keep that playoff relevancy. I'm going to go 11-6. I do think that they win the division. Um, but it's mainly because I think they will um, find some type of way, like when they beat the Chiefs once and it comes down to like, like point difference or stuff like that. I think they'll win the division, but by like a hair.
I, I agree with Coop. I think these guys take a step back, and I'm not just a donkey, hating because they the donkeys. I'm being serious. I feel like Waddle is a stats guy. He's not a guy that comes in and helps a team uh,
Be that, yeah.
win games, bro. He comes to get his so that he can get paid properly the next time, right? So he's looking to stat pad and doesn't care at what point in the ball game that he makes these catches or whatever. But he's not like a big time reliable receiver. So that wasn't I have forgot that they had even went and got him. It wasn't a big time
I
signing
did too.
for me. And let's be honest, man. Josh Allen kind of crapped down his leg, right? Mahomes wasn't there in the
Mm-hmm.
playoffs,
Yep.
and the AFC, they even the championship game, bro. I watched that looking at it as a guy that's watched the AFC my whole life, as like these two teams, these are the guys that's gonna go play in the Super Bowl.
Right.
I felt like the best two teams didn't make it, and it was just kind of like one of them years where some teams just kind of kept advancing. And I don't believe in Bo Nix, and I agree with Coop. And I'm gonna say this: I feel like this is a year that the Chargers even overtake the Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I'm gonna say, yeah, 9-8 for the Broncos. No playoffs.
Uh, I think the Broncos. Just my quick take on the Broncos. I sort of disagree with you on your take on Bo Nix. I think Bo Nix is I think he's a cut quarterback. Like he won so many close games last season. I know that was mostly because of their defense, but like I think he's still clutch in some scenarios. Um, I think Jalen Waddle will help, not massively, but he will help a little bit as a wide receiver. He's someone, at least, okay, Jalen Waddle might not be the best wide receiver, but one thing he has is speed and he can stretch defenses. and so they'll make their defenses play a bit deeper, and against the Denver offense. So, and we all know Denver's defense is elite. So, and they can get after the quarterback. You know, they're really good at sacking the quarterback and run stopping. So, I think they're going to have another decent year. Sean Payton, I rate him. He's a good coach. You know, this team was a mess a couple of seasons ago. This team gave up 70 points to the Miami Dolphins, and now look at them now. Like, he's done a truly tremendous job in changing things around. Vance Joseph, I think, is a good defensive coordinator. As he's definitely helped them improve their defense. So I think they're going to have a solid year. I don't think they'll win the division, but I think they'll make the playoffs. I'm going to say 11-6 for the Denver Broncos.
Okay. Chargers. Let's get to it. Chargers. Okay. Although the offense lives up to the hype, especially with Mike McDaniels going to be calling plays with Justin Herbert, the defense takes a step back after losing Jesse Minter to Baltimore, right? So with so many contenders on this schedule, that ends up keeping the Chargers out the playoffs, which I disagree with. I feel like Herbert's going to have a good year. He's going to be in MVP talks. McDaniel's going to make sure of that with the play calling. And I agree with what Ragu just said. The Chargers take a step up. This is a hot take. Chargers will win the division. 12 wins. 12-5.
Wow.
I don't care. Shake your head. I don't give a shit.
Look, I'm gonna say this. I don't want to be, but I'm a Jim Harbaugh guy. Like I like the way he coaches. But
But Jim
I think
Jim Harbaugh coaches the Giants.
no,
No,
that's the
John.
brother.
That's
That's
John.
John. Yeah,
Really?
this is Jim.
Yeah,
Ooh,
Jim is.
I always get them confused.
I know I used to as well. But like I like the way Jim coaches. I think the staff he gains around him. Like, he doesn't get enough credit for like building these staffs. Even at Michigan, like he's just always capable of building the staff. He knows what guy fits his mold. And this is the meme I like to use because he said this one time at a training camp like a year ago. He's like, I forgot what he said, but like something like how Moses always leaned on his staff, and like that's what he felt like. I feel like that's such a hard quote, but I think the staff is going to make this roster look better than it actually is. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, I think they have a lot of depth with their top three guys offensively, or wide receiver guys offensively, because I think McConkey can contribute. Quentin Johnson has improved as much as I, kind of felt about him his first year. And Trey Harris, I think he is slowly starting to improve. And I'm hoping that he can become more involved offensively. I know that Jim wanted him to be like overall wide receiver one, but McConkey kind of played into that role faster than Trey Harris has. So the offensive line is the offensive line. We know it's good, but we'll stay healthy. Defense, a little shaky, kind of like what you said. But all in all, I think I'll give this Cardinals team a 10-7. I think they're real good. Justin Herbert's gonna do what he needs to do. I hope for a breakout year for Amari Hampton. If he has a breakout year, then this actually could be a potential. I want to say Super Bowl team because it's the Cardinals, but I think they could be a great team if he can be that guy for them. But that's a lot of talking for the Cardinals, but
Chargers.
Chargers. I don't know. I'm sleepy.
Yes, I could tell. Don't worry,
It's
we
gonna be
almost
all
done.
right. It's gonna be all right, man. Yeah, we got.
Almost
Um,
done.
yeah, these guys are gonna take a step up. Uh, Harbaugh's drafted offensive linemen every single year that he's been back. They also got the dude Mesidor from Miami. If you watch the championship game, he's a pretty serious pass rusher as well. Fits that Charger mold. I just think this is the year they're gonna run the crap out of the football, and I think this is the year where the Harbaugh kind of puts that whole Harbaugh thing together, and they make a serious run. They're gonna come up a little short though. The Chiefs are gonna win the division, I think. Uh, and that's a little bit of a hot take, but I think the Chiefs gonna be back. Chargers are gonna come in at 11-6, and and be a serious, tough out in the offs because of the way they play. So they can go play in the weather because they're gonna run the crap out of the ball. So 11-6
Uh,
Chargers.
the Los Angeles Chargers. Look, I think Mike McDaniel is a good offensive-minded coordinator. I think he'll definitely do a good job there as they'll see at the Chargers. I don't think he's a head coach at all. And he proved that in Miami. That's just my opinion. But as an OC, I think he's very good. He's one of the best offensive-minded coaches in the NFL, and I think he'll make that Chargers offense cook this season. They've added Njoku as tight end. I think from the Browns, I think that's a good inclusion as well. They got McConkey. I know they lost Keenan Allen, but I think they got a pretty solid roster on both sides of the ball. I just got similar to Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen. Justin Herbert's a great regular season quarterback, but in the postseason, the playoff he always falls short. So I got question marks with Justin Herbert in the big time games. So I still think the Chargers will have a good season. They should still make the playoffs. I'm predicting their record. I think they'll go 10-7.
And last but not least. Oh, look who's showing off. Now I talk shit about me. Look at this shit. Okay, my guy. You want to go first or you want us to go first?
I'm interested to hear what you guys have to say, man.
I think I'll kick it off there, to be honest with you. If I'm a Raiders fan right now, I'm pleased. I'm not gonna lie. I felt like, when we talked about this draft some months ago, I really, really like the Raiders draft class. Now you have it set up to where if Mendoza is your guy, you got him and Genty combo, and I feel like that's probably has in the back of Raiders fans' mind. That has to be exciting. I mean, you finally have a nice enough duo to where it's like maybe we can make some noise. You know what I'm saying? I haven't heard much of the cornerback who was projected to go first but went fourth. Ragu, have you heard? Is he
Jamal
training?
McCoy.
Yeah. How is he?
So he played his first football game in 2 years last night, and let's just say it showed. He got beat for 2 touchdowns.
Okay. Yeah, but he was
But
one of those guys that.
he's playing second. He's on the second team right now.
Okay, I think he just needs some more snaps. But like his film was there. Like I said, it just depends on health. If he can kind of bounce back to his old self, excuse me, that's an elite cornerback right there. But all in all, once again, I hope Raiders fans are not thinking playoffs. I feel like this team is a 6-11, and I think personally that's okay. I think that's okay for a Raiders fan, especially in that division.
Adrian.
The Raiders. Well, they So Kirk looks like I really like the coach they hired, offensive Clint Kubiak, the old offensive coordinator for the Seahawks. He did a great job there. I think that was a good choice selecting him as a head coach for the Raiders. But I still think it's a massive rebuild job there at the Raiders. I think you're going to have to be patient. Raiders fans are going to have to be patient. They obviously selected Mendoza, the first overall draft pick. Kirk Cousins will probably start the season and be like a bridge quarterback. And whenever Mendoza is ready to go, he'll come in. In saying that, Brock Bowers was fully fit. Brock Bowers should be a lot of help to the Raiders this year because I know he was injured a lot last season. So a fully fit Brock Bowers will help a lot on offense because I reckon he's a really good tight end. And they got a good Ashton Genty is a good young running back. So they've got a good young team. But I think it's going to be a couple of years until they will, challenge in the AFC West or for the AFC West title. So I think it's going to be another frustrating year for the Raiders, especially they're in a hard division with the Chargers and the Chiefs and the Broncos. They're all playoff caliber teams at the moment. So I predict the Raiders to go 4-13 for this season.
I feel like
sorry, Raider Ragu. But I think in the next couple of seasons they will definitely improve. I think they're heading in the right direction.
I agree. They are headed in the right direction. But I feel like they're more competitive after an impressive offseason they didn't have. I feel like they had one of the best off seasons to me. They fixed some people on defense. They got a few people on defense. They kept Max Crosby, and they put pieces around him, which I feel matches his game. They got the kid from Indiana. So, like I said before, I don't know if you guys have watched. This is a situation where they're going to be like, hey, kid, are you ready? When he's ready to go, he's going to start. So, the schedule, this is one of the teams where I'm not going to look at the schedule. It's going to be some teams like, okay, the Titans, of course, the Browns. Sorry to say this, Adrian, you guys. But there's also going to be some teams like, okay, they could pop the Chiefs once. They had so many close games with them donkeys. Like I said, I felt like they should have won both of those. And don't be surprised if they pop a team like the Super Bowl champs or Buffalo or somebody like that, who's not going to be like I feel like they are going to be. This team has competitive spirit. Clint Kubiak was one of the best additions that they had. They fixed the offensive line. They got one of the best centers. Like you said, Genty's on the rise. Fernando Mendoza, I feel like he's going to be a good quarterback. And Tom Brady's there. So he's been secretly working with Mendoza. So I'm going to say this. Raiders can go 9-8. I feel like they can go 9-8. No, I'm just saying, like this could be a dark horse. This can be a dark horse. They're gonna improve. The floor is yours, my guy.
Yeah, 6, 3, and 9. So okay, about 6 wins. All right, yeah, man. That's about the panel average of about 6 wins. All right. You guys aren't Raider fans, but Coop hangs out with me more. He knows the coaching was horrible last year. So the team really shouldn't have been 3-13, right? It was
Right.
AP's team went 4-13 with Gardner Minshew and
Right.
Aiden O'Connell as the only quarterbacks. Oh, and Desmond Ritter, they had got him too. He was played a little bit. No, Kenny Pickett, right? And Desmond Ritter. And we had all these guys, right? We had all these guys. So, pause. That sounded like it needed to be paused. The coaching on the offensive line was horrible. The offensive coordinator, Chip Kelly, got fired mid-season last year. The special teams coordinator got fired mid-season last year. The offensive line coach should have never been hired. All of those guys are out of here now. All right. Plus, we brought in. So look at this. If you watch college football, and I know you guys do, Brock Bowers, Ashton Genty, Fernando Mendoza, 3 of the best college football players in the last couple of years, bro. Period. It's nothing you can say. Travis Hunter won the Heisman, but really that's Genty's Heisman. The guy damn near took down Barry Sanders. Fernando Mendoza won the championship at Indiana. Before that, the best thing they had done was Bobby Knight and Isaiah Thomas and those guys won championships in basketball there. It was a basketball school before that. And Bowers won 2 Mackey Awards in a row. So that's the
And
best tight end in college football.
Georgia still ain't found their offense identity yet since he been there.
Right. Carson Beck, all those quarterbacks never was the same without Bowers, right?
Right.
Now, so when the Raider fans look around, we see Bowers, we see Genty, we see Mendoza. They got Linderbaum. We got Rick Dennison is our offensive line coach now. You like, so what? What does that mean? Well, he's won 4 Super Bowls coaching O-line. That's what it means. The Super Bowl winning offensive coordinator and quarterback coach is now our head coach and offensive coordinator. Now, with all that said, we playing a tough division, and we also play the NFC West this year.
Mm-hmm.
So, all of that, I don't think I missed anything that I wanted to say. 7-10 this year for my Raiders, man, with some tough losses, right, to some really good teams like the Rams, the Seahawks, the 49ers, which is going to be a return to the Bay Area for the Raiders because they play them at Levi Stadium. I think that the NFL was going to make that an international game, but they looked out for the Oakland Raider fan, and they're going to bring them back close to where it used to be home, where they won one of these at. The other one they won in Los Angeles, right here where I'm at right now. So 7-10, and the year that we split every game in our division. 7-10, Raiders. Look out.
I'm mad at that too. Would you be happy with 7 wins, Ragu? Personally?
Yeah. I mean, everybody wants to go to playoffs, do all that, right? But reality is, everything is new, and we although our frontline guys, I feel like, are as good as any team in the league right now, we don't have the depth, and we play in a tough division, and we play the NFC West this year. So with all that factoring in, 7-10 this year, man.
Like I said, I feel like any given Sunday, any given Monday, Saturday, wherever the fuck we playing, I feel like it's more weekday games than Sunday games. Like I said, man, I feel like anybody can get popped, and I feel like the Raiders can be one of these teams that could pop these Bills. If y'all beat the Bills, I'm telling you right now, I'm gonna drive to Buffalo myself. I'm gonna be talking so much shit. I'm just telling you.
I think
I
that
just feel
game
like
is in Vegas. I think that game is in Vegas.
yeah, I'm gonna come rock with you on one of these games, one of these days. I gotta come holler at you. But most definitely, I feel like they can just pop one of them opponents for. I'm not gonna let you.
Hey, Adrian, I want to ask you before we get off the
Yep.
air. What time is it right now?
Yeah,
you're at?
what's up?
It's 2:30 in the afternoon here, Saturday afternoon.
So 2:30 tomorrow already.
Yes.
Well,
Oh,
I'm the only guy that's still. I'm the only guy that's still on August the 14th. All you guys are August the 15th right now.
I wanted to.
Jwilliii is 11. It's 11 o'clock for you.
I'm Central Time, so.
Oh, so it's still only 11:20 for you.
Yeah.
So it's 2:20 the next day. Okay. The other thing. Well, I got you here, Adrian. Hold on, man. Hold on, my guy. Yeah. Are you? I have somebody that in Australia, man, that downloads the show. Is that you?
Sorry, say it again.
My audio podcast. Somebody that downloads the show from they call it Oceania now, right? I didn't know Australia got changed into Oceania.
Yeah, that's what our region is called. Yeah.
But yeah,
Just
there's
quickly, guys. I'm going to my first NFL game this season.
Okay.
where at?
The,
Okay.
it's in Melbourne. The Rams are coming down facing the 49ers in week 1 in September next month.
I
So
hope
I'm heading down to Melbourne, Australia, and watching that with my brother and my dad. So I'm really, really keen to watch my first ever NFL game. It should be a great experience.
Nice.
Okay.
What
Well, have a
city?
good.
Yeah,
What city are you in?
I'm on the Gold Coast, Queensland.
Okay.
I heard it.
I heard of them too.
Yeah, uh, so I'm really, really, really looking forward
Yeah.
to watching the NFL. And it's a big game too, a divisional game, big rivals, and you know, two playoff caliber teams. So it should be a good game.
Without a doubt.
And the tickets sold in like 10 minutes. Aussies love the NFL down here. We love it. Like the tickets, it's going to be over like 100,000 people there
Wow.
at the stadium.
It's beautiful. Just make sure you have a good time. Fellas, thank you once again for an amazing show. It was
Yes,
a
thank you.
good time. I appreciate all of y'all, man. Especially you, Adrian, Ragu. I appreciate you, Jwilliii. Thank you for tuning
Yeah,
in.
appreciate you guys, man. Thanks
Um,
for tuning in with us. Thanks for
Thank
rocking
you.
with us. I know
also,
it's been a long
don't
time.
don't forget don't forget to submit y'all spots on the team. The draft is the 28th. I look forward to another year of
All you
you
guys
know
playing fantasy?
all
Everybody in
all
here?
of y'all in my league. So all of y'all in my league. So we good.
Oh,
Yeah.
cool, cool.
Should be
They all
good. Should be
expect to
Nice.
good.
lose. They're expecting
Yeah.
to lose this year to me. I respect it. I
Oh
look forward to
my God.
this.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here
You
we
know,
go.
you know.
All right. Like I said, good luck to everybody. This was a great show. And catch us on the Radio Ragu show, the Radio Ragu Network, and the
Yes,
Honorable
sir.
Mars. We
Yep. Thanks for
thank y'all
tuning in,
for
y'all.
thanks for making
Just
history with
win,
us, y'all.
baby.
So yes, sir.
Peace.
Still a nation.
Thank you.
Proud of you.
No problem, my brother.
See you later.